morning. So they have called order to the House because the Speaker...
Reading this morning from Psalm 34 and just 3 verses. Beginning at the first verse, it says, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make its boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. O magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. Shall we pray? Lord God and our Father, we acknowledge your lordship and supreme reign over Antigua and Barbuda, our people and nation. And today, in the sitting of this honorable House, we call upon our people and nation to continue to honor and praise you for your many blessings and protection bestowed upon us in the past. And as we now in the hurricane season, we earnestly pray for your continued mercy and protection upon this land of ours, and also for our brothers and sisters in the neighboring islands. So as we gather for another sitting, we lay before you the order paper, inclusive of the bills, the presentations, the amendments, and adoptions, but most of all, for lively and intelligent debate and discussion. Thank you, Lord God, for elected members of Parliament and their desire to serve country and nation. And as they make their contribution to further development and improvement of our twin island state of Antigua and Barbuda. We pray for the health and safety and protection of our parliamentarians and their families. Pray for wisdom and understanding as they engage in our parliamentary affairs. Your blessing upon the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, the Speaker of this honorable House, and all those involved in the planning and operation of this Parliament. Lord God, hear this our prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
I reckon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today marks, Mr. Speaker, the first session, and indeed the first sitting. Yeah. He's right. He's quite right. He's quite right. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Today represents the first session and the first sitting of this honorable House, Mr. Speaker. And the first order of business, sir, is the confirmation of the minutes. I prefaced my speech by saying that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move by way of motion that the minutes circulated reflecting the discussions in this House, Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of March 2026 and the 8th of May 2026 be confirmed as being correct, Mr. Speaker.
Second motion, Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of 27 March 2026 and 18 May 2026 be confirmed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-wise, the ayes have it. The minutes of those two sessions of Parliament confirmed. Madam Clerk.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Honorable Jamal Pringle.
I, Jamal Pringle, swear by Almighty God that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to the state of Antigua and Barbuda, its constitution and laws. So help me God. Thank you.
The Honorable Trevor Walker.
I, Trevor Mike Walker, swear by Almighty God that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to the state of Antigua and Barbuda, its constitution and laws. So help me God.
Messages from the Governor General. Announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning, all. Again, very happy to see all of you present this morning for this session of Parliament. I wish that we will have a very productive day as we continue to do the business of the people. I want to first take this opportunity to welcome the two newest members of Parliament who were just officially sworn in this morning. Welcome, gentlemen, to this honorable House, and I pray too that our meeting here again today and going forward will be very fruitful as we continue to do the business of the people. Again, welcome, and to those seated in our gallery. Again, we are always happy to see persons in our gallery, recognizing that you show an interest in the proceedings of this honorable House. Again, thanks and welcome to all. Madam Clerk.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Mr. Prime Minister, could you give me a second, please?
Sure.
1 second, I missed something immediately. I have apologies from a number of parliamentarians. Sorry, it's right in front of me. And yeah, the Honorable Maria Brown will not be with us today. She is ill, and so she will not be joining us today. The Honorable Anthony Smith will be joining us late. He has an accountability seminar at IICA, and he said that he missed the first one as Parliament, and so he will be here later at the end of that ceremony. Minister Randy Baltimore is also away on official government business, so he will be absent from the sitting today, and also the Honorable Michael Joseph on government business. And so we have apologies from these 4 members of Parliament. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. 1, Statutory Instrument Number 35 of 2026, the Merchant Shipping Designated Authority Regulations of 2026. 2, Statutory Instrument Number 40 of 2026, Notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Paradise Found Project Act of 2015. 3, Statutory Instrument Number 42 of 2026, the Antigua and Barbuda Sales Tax Manufacturing Exemptions Regulations, Amendment of Schedule Number 2 Order 2026. 4, Statutory Instrument Number 43 of 2026, the Revenue Recovery Charge Exemption Number 2 Order of 2026. 5, Statutory Instrument Number 46 of 2026, and that's noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Special Economic Zone Act of 2015. 6, Statutory Instrument Number 47 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Antigua and Barbuda Insertion by Investment Amendment Act 2016. 7, Statutory Instrument Number 51 of 2026, Investment Authority Amendment Act 2019, date of commencement order 2026. 8, Statutory Instrument Number 52 of 2026, Investment Authority Amendment Number 2 Act of 2019, date of commencement order 2026. 9, Statutory Instrument Number 53 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Representation of the People Scrutineers Pension Act 2022. And 10, Statutory Instrument Number 57 of 2026, the Eastern Caribbean Deposit Insurance Corporation Agreement Act 2025, date of commencement order 2026.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I beg to lay on the table, Mr. Speaker, the following statutory instruments. Number 29 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism, Specific Entities Accounts and Property Freezing Order 2026. Number 30 of 2026, the Antigua and Barbuda Labor Code Minimum Basic Wage Order 2026. 33 of 2026, proclamation dated the 31st of March 2026 dissolving Parliament. Number 39 of 2026, proclamation dated 11th of May 2026 appointing the place and time for the first session of Parliament. Number 49 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Law Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2016. Number 54 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Anti-Gang Act 2024. Number 53 of 2026, Mr. Speaker, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Number 13 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment Number 12, Order 2026. Statutory Instrument Number 26 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment 13, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 27 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 14, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 2028 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 15, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 31 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 16, Order 2026. Statutory Instrument number 32 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 17, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 34 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 18, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 36 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 19, Order 2026. Statutory Instruments number 37 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 20, Order 2026. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Statutory Instruments number 38 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment number 21, Order 2026.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Transportation and Investment, and Member for St. John's Rural North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Statutory Instrument number 48 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Advanced Passenger Information Act 2016. Statutory Instrument number 50 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 34 of Tourism Licensing and Classification Act 2019. And finally, Statutory Instrument number 56 of 2026, Non-Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land number 5, Order 2026.
Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Wellness, Health and Civil Service Affairs, I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instrument. Number 41 of 2026, Public Health Act Declaration of a Dangerous Infectious Disease Order of 2026, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Prime Minister's questions.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister update this? The 100 million loan intended to finance the National Road Project, and whether or not it would have been accessed.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have not drawn any proceeds from the loan as yet. It remains undrawn, but we hope to commence accessing the facility from later this month.
Could the Honourable Prime Minister tell this Honourable House, update this Honourable House on the progress and plans for completion of the road repairs, especially All Saints Road and Sir Sidney Walling Highway?
Mr. Speaker, road repairs will take years. We have thousands of miles, and evidently it's going to take us a number of years to substantially resolve the road issue. However, we've made significant progress, and similarly with All Saints Road, we have decided to utilize the services of Public Works. They're doing an excellent job. I don't have a precise timeline in terms of when it will be completed, but from all indications, it will be completed with less than half the proceeds that the Canadian firm had requested to do the 13 miles of road leading into English Harbour. In any case, they are doing good work, and work is progressing steadily. So even though I don't have a precise timeline, I presume that perhaps in the next couple of months, we should make significant progress and would be nearing completion.
Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister update this Honourable House on the cost of the Sir Sidney Walden Highway to date? Factory Road. Factory Road. From Spruggle gas station straight up to Willikies.
Mr. Speaker, that road was bundled in a package that cost the government about 100 million EC dollars. It's a loan that was approved by the Caribbean Development Bank, and C.O. Williams won the contract. So there was no specific allocation to any of the roads. There are a number of roads, including Valley Road, Old Palm Road, and Factory Road. So for me to give you a specific amount, evidently you're better off putting that question to Public Works to get the precise amount that was allocated to that road.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister update this Honourable House on the plans for the industrial park slated for North-South near the stadium?
Mr. Speaker, we do not necessarily have an industrial park. If the member is referring to the fact that a number of individuals have been given land in that area and that they're building out various businesses, then I can understand, but it's not an industrial park per se. I can tell you, for example, one of the persons who got about 2 acres of land there is Mr. Craig White. And he's building, I believe, a hardware store there. So it's not an industrial park per se.
Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister tell this Honourable House where is the office of the Information Commissioner?
Mr. Speaker, I just got an update from the member for City South. I'm told that there's still some work to be done in the building. It's the same location on High Street, the Francis Trading Building.
Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister give an estimation as to the time that that office will be ready for the Information Commissioner to occupy it?
The AG has just advised me within 6 months.
Mr. Speaker, finally, can the Honourable Prime Minister tell this Honourable House why some civil servants are yet to receive the back pay they were promised by December of 2025?
Mr. Speaker, there has been gaps in the information. So, for example, a number of ministries and departments would have submitted incomplete lists to the Treasury. I can tell you, for example, that the police, a number of police officers were left off the list, perhaps inadvertently. And that seemed to have happened from time to time in various ministries. I can assure the member for All Saints East and St. Luke and the public in general is not a money issue. The issue is about having complete documentation. There's also a situation in which a number of people are making claims to back pay when they're not eligible. So individuals who left the service before 2018, they're not eligible. And we have individuals who have left the service over a decade ago who are literally going to the Treasury demanding the back pay. And when they indicate to them that there's nothing for them, then they go on social media and say and state that they have not gotten their back pay. There may also be some who would have joined the service within the last year or so, or months ago. They too are looking forward for back pay, but they're not eligible. Then you also have contract workers who are not eligible, and they too are making demands for back pay. So I've been advised up to yesterday by the Financial Secretary that there's some small gaps in terms of a few people who have not been paid, but this notion that there's a large amount of people who have not received their back pay, that is not so. In any event, we have asked the Treasury officials to be a little more responsive, especially to those who are making genuine claims, because what seems to be happening is that they go to the Treasury, and the Treasury staff there is not very responsive. I'm told that sometimes they're rude to these people. I even asked the Financial Secretary to arrange some form of customer service training for those in the Treasury Department, because they're just worsening the situation. I mean, just imagine someone's name gets left off a list inadvertently. They're looking forward to their back pay. They have not received it after a few months. They go into the Treasury only to be dealt with in a rude and crude way. So the issue of customer service within the Treasury will be addressed very soon. And again, I just want to reassure those who may not have gotten their back pay that what is required for them to go to the ministry in which they're working or where they last worked, if they have left the service, and to speak to the PS. The PS should be able to determine whether or not the documentation is in the Treasury. And what is happening too, you have some who have left the service, and the ministry staff, they fail to do the research. Yes. I mean, sometimes, these documents, they may be in even different areas, and instead of doing the research and getting a full picture as to what has happened, where the person worked, in what ministries, and how much is due to them, they just fail to do the necessary research. So that we're faced with a number of problems that we're addressing, but we're hoping that perhaps within a matter of a couple of months we can resolve this issue fully. But again, I reiterate, it's not an issue of not having the resources. You've seen the amount of monies we're spending doing different things. So it's not a matter of not having the monies to pay the back pay. And I'll add here, in summing up and closing, wrapping up this question, that we're the first administration, certainly since independence for sure, and perhaps maybe in the history of the country, that would have brought back pay fully up to date. It has never happened before. And I want to reiterate that many administrations would have paid back pay, but they never ever brought the full amount up to date. It's the first time in the history of this country. So we feel proud that the majority, or the greater majority of the people of this country have been paid in full, and we owe them nothing, no back pay whatsoever, barring the few individuals who, for various reasons, may not have had their back pay as yet. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, could the Honourable Prime Minister tell this Honourable House whether or not his government would have conducted a labour market survey, and if so, when was the last one conducted?
I believe we last did a labour survey probably dating back to about 2016, 2017. I will accept that we need to do a current one. But we all know, at least anecdotally, that it's practically full employment in this country. In fact, there are people coming into this country literally on a daily basis and obtaining employment. Not just looking work, obtaining employment. And part of the problem that we have too is that a number of our Antiguans and Barbudans are not making themselves available to work for jobs for which they qualify. Many of them are seeking jobs for which they do not qualify. So we have a developing cultural problem within the society. We've been told too that even the reliability of a number of our workers is questionable. We are having a lot of complaints now from the private sector that our people look forward to routinely take their sick days, in inverted commas, so they don't have to be sick. As far as they're concerned, the law allows them to take 12 days. So if they want to go to a fete tomorrow, they'll take a day off. Or many of them, colleagues, they go to these fetes and they don't have the sensibility and the responsibility to make sure that, they're available to work the following day. So they will just take the damn day off if they're drunk, if they're tired. our people have to step up, because what seems to be happening too, the requests for work permits, they're increasing. It's a matter that has occupied the attention of the cabinet to the extent that we have centralized the granting of work permits. But as we preside over these requests on a weekly basis, we recognize that in many instances, our people just don't wish to fill the jobs. They don't want security jobs, they don't want home domestic. Nowadays, they don't even want hotel jobs. Now, these businesses have to operate. There's a gentleman who wrote to me up to this morning. He said that he was without a store clerk down at Heritage Key for nearly 2 months. Just couldn't get an appropriate person. And again, we have a problem here that we have to address. Our people have become a little more responsible. I keep saying to them, you don't wait until you get the job that you desire. Do something, take something, rather than staying at home. Even if it's a minimum wage job, at least you'll be able to cover some basic expenses. So again, I'm pretty convinced that we practically have full employment, and that those who are not employed is that they're either not willing to work or they're unavailable to work.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Prime Minister tell this Honourable House what led to the workers who were newly employed by the Public Works Department be asked to stay home until they get a call from the department?
Mr. Speaker, we took on an unprecedented 700 or 800 individuals at Public Works. Did not discriminate against anyone. Some of them had very bad habits, very bad behaviors. And what is happening? They're literally dropping out on their own. Again, it's a situation in which a number of them don't even want to work. And that is the issue. They give all kind of excuses as to why they're not on the job, but there's no policy decision of my government to terminate anyone. They're just dropping out, and some of them too, they just want to say they have a government job. And my understanding to a number of them, they have an existing job, but they're trying to come and lighter in government jobs, they're doing security and so on, and not showing up for work. So in those situations where they're not working, then clearly they would have literally undermined the job prospects. But generally speaking, I'm told that a lot of them have just dropped out because they don't want to work. We have a problem, and it's a problem that we're trying to fix.
Mr. Speaker, my last follow-up question.
How many doors your building have? Because you were saying closing. Go ahead.
Mr. Prime Minister, could you update this Honourable House on what was the interview process to hire these individuals?
Well, I'm aware that the PS of Public Works in particular, she was the one who managed the process. And again, the bar was set very low. And the whole idea was to try and mop up any remaining unemployment. Even those who were just lying in the car and didn't want to work, even they too got an opportunity. Many of them were also utilized to repaint public buildings. I think if you would have seen a number of public buildings have been freshened up. And again, we're just having problems, getting them to work consistently. Not necessarily those who are painting the public buildings, but generally speaking, those who we have on the roads. Some of them have been literally, they've given them the job to even help to clean the side of the roads and so on. And we've said to them, look, find work for them to do, because many of them, they're just linemen on the job. We've said to them, even the beautification that we're trying to achieve, beautifying at the side of the roads with plants and so on, we have said to Public Works, just find something for them to do. I mean, use them to supplement the workforce. These are generally unskilled workers, but we don't want to give them any excuse to be liming, to wasting time and robbing people. You recognize that there are a number of them, especially some of them from what I see in the early 20s and so on, and some of them are teenagers, literally robbing people, pulling people's chain off their neck and so on. What we're trying to do is to give people like them an opportunity to work. In fact, we would have literally sought them out. Many of us on this side would have mobilized people from our constituencies, many who were known users of narcotics and so on. We said, look, we want to provide you an opportunity to work. Unfortunately, a number of them dropped out. We're not going to give up on them. We have to try again and see how we can find some way to them to be productively engaged, but it's a struggle.
Questions to ministers. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers. Personal explanations. Motions with...
Madam Clerk. Yes. Recognize the Honourable Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise just to use this opportunity, as it's the first sitting of Parliament, to say congratulations to the members on the other side on their success in the last general election. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say congratulations to you on your election once again as Speaker of the House, and to the Deputy Speaker, once a brother, Fillmore Benjamin. But, Mr. Speaker, most of all, I want to thank the wonderful people of All Saints East and St. Luke who would have trusted me for the third time with the affairs of managing that constituency and representing them. Mr. Speaker, it's not a situation, and while the members on the other side, they're saying that, thank the Speaker for voting for me, I want to say thank you, Mr. Speaker, because according to them, it was Old Road who took me over the mark, and I know your vote counted in that last election. But, Mr. Speaker, as we look at the way forward, and I want us to, I would have heard the Prime Minister mention it, but then I would have seen something totally different in terms of his actions and his utterances. But I want us to raise the level in which we debate in this Honourable House. And in order for us to do so, while we are the minority, Mr. Speaker, we believe we can make a significant impact in this country, and I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, for us to look at a different way forward than the last parliamentary session. I am committed to ensuring that the level of respect that I bring to this Honourable House is one that supersedes any. And also, Mr. Speaker, it is my intention to respect the chair at all times. However, it is my belief also that the chair and the speaker should respect and understand that the chair is not another member of Parliament for the government side, but for us to have robust debate and for us to have meaningful discussions with an impartial speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I know that you're a man who believes in fairness, although sometimes it's not shown. But, Mr. Speaker...
I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you. I'm not stopping you from your presentation. But I would want you to mention one occasion when I have not been fair. I have given you, Honourable Member, countless opportunities in this Honourable House. And when you're talking about being disrespectful and things like that, I would just want you to take an introspective look. Because I've never disrespected you. Never. And I'm not here for any sides. I've given you umpteen, to quote the old people, opportunities. And I will continue to do so. But if I have to rule by the standing order, I will. If I have to do that, I will. I have never ruled outside of the standing order. If I have to use that, because that's the rule that governs this Honourable House. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if ever you felt disrespected by me, it was not intentional. And I can be mad enough to say if I disrespect you, Mr. Speaker, I do apologize for disrespecting you. But what I will say going forward, Mr. Speaker, is that I expect a wonderful working relationship where we can have say our piece, the government can say their piece, and we have a balance in this honorable House. So the people of Antigua and Barbuda can be comforted knowing the men and women they elected are doing the work of the state and on their behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to say thank you once again to the wonderful people out there in All Saints East and St. Luke, and I'm looking forward to a very interactive and robust session going forward. And also, Mr. Speaker, I am calling on the AG and the members of the House who deals with the circulations of bills to do so in a timely manner and to please give us the opportunity that we can research, come back to this honorable House and debate as we are to. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
MP Walker, you have anything to say at this time? You get that opportunity.
I was going to wait, but thanks, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to speak in this honorable House at this time. I want to, again, Mr. Speaker, just echo the sentiments of the member for All Saints East and St. Luke. Firstly, by congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, in coming back as chair and speaker of this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, I can recall when you were first elected to the chair that I called you personally after some rancor and tell you that I think that you do a good job. I want to say to you that I think you are doing a good job, and it's just that in this House, that balance has to be reached at all times when this House disintegrates at particular moments. I also want to congratulate the members on the other side, Member City West in particular, for doing almost what V.C. Byrd did in 1984, almost. Congratulate the members of that side for returning with an overwhelming majority. Mr. Speaker, people have spoken for whatever reason, and that must be respected. I also want to thank Mr. Speaker, Almighty God, and my family, in particularly, for being at my side during a very interesting campaign season. Mr. Speaker, my political career seems to be different from most persons. The longer I go, is the more votes I get, and the larger my margin seems to be. So I want to thank them, thank the Lord, thank the people of Barbuda, and I can say here, Mr. Speaker, that my time in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, is coming to an end. And I'll just leave it at that. But I pledge to serve the people of Barbuda, especially this particular term, with more vigor and with more determination to ensure that what we have stood for in the past, Mr. Speaker, get concretized in a way that's not threatened. And I just want to say to us in this House that I hope that, and we have no problem in cooperating, Mr. Prime Minister. We have no problem in cooperating. But I must say, Mr. Speaker, on the records, that we preferred not to be interfered with either. Leave us with our land. That is our land. It's ours. Leave us with it. And I've said that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to get into that. But my thing here is, leave the Barbudans alone with their land. They've voted that way time and time again. Don't threaten us that you're going to come and bulldoze, demolish. You want to come to Barbuda to demolish, Mr. Speaker? You can't even demolish things over here that's built illegally. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, again, thank you very much. And I hope that this particular tenure and term will be very productive and consequential, Mr. Speaker, so that the Parliament and the people of Antigua and Barbuda can be better off going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Motions relating to the business of sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill of 2026.
Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move the first reading of the following bills for act shortly entitled Sexual Offences Bill 2026, the Theft Bill 2026, the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2026, Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2026, the Cannabis Amendment Bill 2026, Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Bill 2026.
Sexual Offences Bill 2026, Theft Bill 2026, Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2026, Plea Negotiations and Agreements Bill 2026, Cannabis Amendment Bill 2026, Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Bill 2026.
As the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Health, Wellness, Environment and Civil Service Affairs, I beg to move the first reading of the following bills for act shortly entitled the Mental Health Bill 2026 and the Medical Laboratories Bill 2026.
Mental Health Bill 2026, Medical Laboratories Bill 2026, Public Business.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, by virtue of Section 774(3) of Standing Orders, Mr. Speaker, I move the following motion, and that is to say, Mr. Speaker, to carry forward the bill to be debated shortly, called the Fatal Accident Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, Section 74 is particularly clear. It says, a bill shall lapse if Parliament is prorogued or dissolved before the bill has reached its final stage in Parliament. But Section 74, subsection 3 says this: the House may, notwithstanding paragraph 1, on motion, move without amendment or debate, agree to the resumption of the proceedings on a bill in the following session. The bills to be debated shortly, Mr. Speaker, were in fact tabled, read in the former session of Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, I move by way of motion, Mr. Speaker, that we invoke the provisions of 74(3) to allow the Fatal Accident Bill to be debated on this section.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 74(3) of the Standing Order be invoked so that we can proceed with those bills that were formally tabled during the last session of Parliament. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary-wise, the ayes have it. We'll proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I shall start with the Fatal Accidents Bill of 2026. Now, what is this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Fatal Accident Bill, presently in Chapter 166 of the Laws of Antigua and Barbuda, was passed on the 19th of March, 1924, over 102 years ago.
No cars.
So, Mr. Speaker, clearly speaking, that law really has no application fully to today's circumstances. Therefore, my staff, under the leadership of Mrs. Thomas, Chief Parliamentary Clerk, looked at the law and thought we ought properly to bring it to Parliament to reflect properly what prevails in today's society. I'm particularly pleased, Mr. Speaker, with this act, this bill, because one area being introduced for the first time is bereavement. Bereavement. That is the pain and suffering endured by dependents when a family member lost his life as a result of a traffic accident. However, when you go to committee stage, Mr. Speaker, I intend to ask that the amount prescribed in the bill be increased. $5,000 is what they recommended. I don't agree with that at all. Pain and suffering. There was a recent act, Mr. Speaker, where a young man was cutting the road, on All Saints Road, off the road, working for his family. Car smashed into that gentleman. All the bones of his body were crushed. His torso was twisted. And the family was made to endure that sort of pain and suffering. It's called bereavement. $5,000 clearly cannot be appropriate in situations like those, Mr. Speaker. So when we get to committee stage, I'm going to ask with respect, Mr. Speaker, that that amount to be awarded by the court be increased appropriately, drafters. $5,000, in my view, is far too small for bereavement. Bereavement. What is bereavement, Mr. Speaker? It says it's the state of sadness and grief expressed after the loss of a loved one. $5,000, Mr. Speaker, and under this act, you know, it says that where there's more than one dependent, it must be divided among the dependents. So if you divide 5,000 by 3 or 2, come on. So we look at it when we come to committee stage, Mr. Speaker. However, let me add, Mr. Speaker, that this act really is appropriate in these circumstances. And talking about circumstances and fatal accidents, Mr. Speaker, listen. Since this government took the step to do repairs to the road, to give us nice, smooth road which runs from Mega Store right up the road, they are using the roads as race tracks. It cannot be right. I've spoken to my drafters, you know, and I'm going to amend the law, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that when people use the cars as weapons and cause people to lose their lives, that on the spot, their licenses are suspended. This archaic thing about waiting till it's an autopsy and coroner's inquest and then charge rubbish. Wherever a car is used in that kind of fashion and somebody loses his life, clearly, Mr. Speaker, licenses should be suspended on the spot. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, and I say so because it is true, the last young man who lost his life, body smashed to bits. When you read the report, brain swollen, every bone in his body broken, and the man is still driving up to today, not yet charged. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. So I'm asking my drafters, address your minds to changing that law. Where it is obvious that an accident is a cause of willful, dangerous, careless, and reckless driving on the spot, give me your license. Give me your license. And now further, I want to tell the public that this Renaissance government is looking at things in a practical and logical way. Tell me, Mr. Speaker, how do you think families feel, the pain they endure, when they see a relative smashed to bits on the ground, and next day, the same man, my friend from St. Paul, is driving up and down the city? That cannot be right. So, that is going to come. But, Mr. Speaker, the bill is necessary. It's updating an act passed way back in 1924. And, Mr. Speaker, it is meant to make certain that persons who lose their life by reckless, dangerous driving, that their estate will be taken care of after they are gone. That has nothing to do with insurance coverage. It is something in addition to young man killed, 3 children, 4, 7, and 10. What happened to them? That can't be right. You can't tell me a 4, 7, 10-year-old, Mr. Speaker, doesn't suffer pain, bereavement, $5,000? Tall. Doesn't talk and go so. We're going to address that when the bill comes up for hearing. So, Mr. Speaker, this really setting out the steps by which a claim must be brought. A child under this amendment includes a son, a daughter, grandson, granddaughter, stepson, stepson, and so on. The parent means father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, stepfather, and so on. Dependent, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Prime Minister, means this: a wife or husband. Any person who was living with the deceased in the same household immediately before the date of death. Living with the deceased in the same household immediately before the date of death. 2, a person who had been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before that date and was living during the whole of that period as the husband or wife of the deceased. Means any parent, any child or descendant of the deceased, etc. But, Mr. Speaker, all this is doing really is bringing this claim separately that can be brought by a dependent. And you know something, Mr. Speaker? And I'm glad about Section 6. It says, an action under this act may be brought by and in the name of the person representative of the deceased, where there is no person representative, or where he fails to bring an action within 1 year, then any of the persons entitled under the estate can bring an act before the court. I'm happy with this, Mr. Speaker. Damages will be assessed in the normal state of offense or the civil procedure rules. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is concerned about what happens before we have antenatal clinics and treatment. During, we provide for you there. And where you are killed in matters like these, we are concerned about your beneficiaries and your descendants. Mr. Speaker, it's a very simple bill, and I'm asking this House to look at this bill and give it your full support. But before I sit, I must say so again. The recklessness of the driving of persons in this community must be addressed now. On All Saints Road, my friend from St. Mary's South, he'll tell you about it. Coming from Seaview Farm into town, that turn by Licks has to be addressed. It drifts the car, Mr. Speaker, it drifts the car, Mr. PM, off the road. And those young, inexperienced drivers, driving at such great speed, cannot really control that. Speed kills, Mr. Speaker. Speed kills. So, Mr. Prime Minister, even though you promised the people of this nation beautiful roads, which they are, the driving is too reckless, sir. And we have to deal with them. The police have spoken to me on the matter, and as the AG responsible for the police and the law, we will pass appropriate laws to bring an end to this reckless, indiscriminate driving on the streets of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill for the House for debate.
Speaker, I second the motion. Reserve the right to speak.
I recognize the honourable member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Put on your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make my contribution to the Fatal Accident Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my view, this piece of legislation is basically the modernization of CAP 166, which deals with fatal accidents. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I understand this bill seeks to do is to replace the archaic bill that exists today, and after passing this bill, would modernize it to contemporary legal structure. And I wish to highlight that positive about this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I also like the fact that in clause 2(1)(b), there is recognition of de facto spouses, which is clause 2(1)(b). You know, the bill expands the definition of dependent to include individuals who are living with the deceased as a husband or wife for at least 3 years prior to death. Now, Mr. Speaker, this ensures that the partners in long-term stable relationships have the same legal standing as formerly married spouses. So, Mr. Speaker, those are positives for me in regards to this bill. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. AG, we can strengthen this bill first by, as you mentioned, the $5,000 cannot be the fee or the expectation to cover the loss of bereavement, the loss of a loved one. Now, Mr. Speaker, to have this as a flat fee, Mr. AG, I think it's something that we need to look at, probably when we reach to committee stage. And my recommendation is to amend the clause to allow the minister to adjust the bereavement sum periodically via an order published in the Gazette, ensuring the value keeps pace with the cost of living without needing a full repeal or an amendment of the Act. So we can look at that, Mr. Speaker, AG, if that is. So rather than setting it to a solid figure, a fee of 5,000, 10,000, because inflation continues, you are able to move it, the minister is able to move it accordingly as inflation rises. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the restrictive, I find section clause 4(2), damages for bereavement are limited strictly to spouse of the deceased or the parents. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I'm understanding is that this excludes children who have lost a parent and siblings who may have had close bond with the deceased. The exclusion of the children from bereavement awards is a significant gap in providing emotional solitude for the loss of a primary caregiver. So we can look at that also, Mr. Speaker. My recommendation is to expand the list of eligible claimants under clause 4 to include children of deceased, recognizing the profound emotional impact of losing a parent.
Also, Mr. Speaker, Clause 2, 1B2, to qualify as a dependent, a person living with the deceased as a spouse must have done so for at least 3 years immediately preceding death. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. AG, 3 years is a bit much. I believe we can probably look at 2 years, because you're saying that if we're not living together for 3 years, even though there's a child involved, you are not able to benefit. And I think we need to look at that and drop it down to 2 years. So also, Mr. Speaker, Clause 7(4)(b) of the bill speaks to deduction of Social Security grant, speaks to the grant from Social Security. Now, while the bill prevents the court from deducting insurance or Social Security debt or supervisor benefit from damages, it specifically excludes funeral grant from this protection. So while you protect the other aspects of what you would have received as a bereavement grant from other, it doesn't cover funeral grants. So in my recommendation, Mr. Speaker, in Clause 4(7)(b), include funeral grants in the list of benefits that shall not be taken into account when assessing damages. I don't know if that makes sense to you or makes sense to the drafters, that we can look at it where funeral grants are added to the list and not just the $2,500. Also, Mr. Speaker, Section 6, now this has to do with the time the beneficiaries can take action. Clause 6(2)(b). Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just go to it in this. 6(2)(b). The personal representative, now let me read it from persons entitled to bring action. Clause 6, where one states, an action under this act shall be brought by and in the name of the personal representative of the deceased. And 2, where the person is no personal representative, or B, the personal representative has failed to bring an action within 1 year of the date of the death of the deceased. The action may be brought by all or any person for whose benefit such action would have been if it had been brought by the personal representative. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, we're looking at bereavement. And 6 months, 1 year, if my understanding is correct according to this, the waiting period should be reduced, Mr. Speaker, to 6 months. If it's a year, I think that's a bit long. Because what should happen, Mr. Speaker, is that the personal representative must have a suitable time frame to initiate proceedings while allowing dependents to intervene sooner. If the representative is not able or the estate is not being managed efficiently, then you're going to have a situation where the process is drawn out even longer than the 1 year. And guess what? If there's a child involved, if there are children involved, they're going to have challenges in terms of accessing the benefit that they are to in that time frame. So, Mr. AG, for me, those are the things that, from looking at it and having discussions on this bill, that we can look at to see how we can strengthen this legislation. But I think it is also a piece of legislation that is forward-thinking. And as you mentioned, because a lot of these things happen during the to road fatalities. But there are other things surrounding it. But just to deal with that aspect, since you mentioned it, Mr. Speaker, since the AG mentioned it, I think we need to go back to some old-time days where police, men and women, used to be on the street with their radar, and that in itself is not going to solve the problem, but the presence and the fact that they have to pay for speeding. It will also help the Treasury, it will also help to finance, and it also, most of all, which is most important, help to reduce speeding on the roads. So I don't know, Mr. AG, if it's a situation in which it's an equipment problem, it's a manpower problem, but we need more police presence on the road checking for speeding. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Peter.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to this honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I rise briefly to support the Fatal Accident Bill of 2026. I think this bill, Mr. Speaker, is long in coming, and I welcome what I read in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for me, I am looking at, over the years, as the AG would have said, a number of persons would have died as a result of vehicular accidents. Could have been racing. You know, sometimes as young people, we like to set up on a beautiful piece of road, like what we're seeing now on All Saints Road. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I traveled on All Saints Road a week ago, and I came back to the cabinet and I said, boy, this road, smooth and nice and solid. And I was having a discussion with the Director of Public Works, and we were both saying to ourselves, boy, I hope we don't have any more fatalities or any accidents on this road, because the road is in tip-top condition where they've already worked, and the work is continuing, and we're going to see a better product where All Saints Road is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that this type of law is being put into effect to ensure that we can at least have some accountability to families who would have lost persons as a result of careless driving. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to go a little bit further and to recommend to the AG and to the police. I don't know if it's a part of our laws, but I think that it is time for us to have breathalyzer tests that are administered immediately on the scene of an accident. Because I can remember a number of years ago, I was going home from carnival celebrations with family members, and we were in a number of vehicles. And the vehicle in front got into an accident. And when we got on scene, Mr. Speaker, the driver of the person who ran into the vehicle, you could smell the alcohol from the time you came out the door. And the police came, people went in ambulances, but there was no administration of a test. No blood was drawn at the hospital. And I think that's something that's lacking in our force, in our laws, to ensure that we can ensure that drunk driving does not continue to cause accidents and deaths in this country. Mr. Speaker, with the Fatal Accidents Bill, we tend to speak about vehicular accidents. But section number 3 says a person who, by his or her wrongful act, neglect, causes injury to another person who later dies shall be liable to an action of damages notwithstanding the death of the person injured. Now, Mr. Speaker, what this is telling me, this act is telling me also, it goes beyond vehicular accidents. I'm a contractor, Mr. Speaker. So what this is telling me now, if I don't ensure that my construction site is safe and we're following all the safety rules, I am going to now become liable if a person is injured on my construction site. So, yes, we may have workman compensation and other resources, but this bill is providing another level of protection for workers on building sites who may die as a result of the work they do. So I think this is long in coming, Mr. Speaker. I support it. It is also a warning for truck drivers. You know, from time to time, Mr. Speaker, we like to transport construction workers on the back of a truck and workers on the back of a truck. Now, this bill again, if that person falls from the truck, you as the owner of that truck, you're going to become liable now for the death of that person. Because as the member for our St. East and St. Luke is saying, once you're riding in the back of a truck, it is not recognized or covered by insurance. And I think that is something that we have taken for granted over the years in this country, and it's something that we should discontinue in all honesty. And again, this bill is another warning for persons who engage in that type of practice, because though the bereavement section may speak about a 5,000, and we're going to look to increase it in the committee stage, 7 says assessment of damages. In any action under this act, the court may award such damages to beneficiaries of the deceased. It is basically saying, Mr. Speaker, there's another aspect to this bill. When you're taken before the court may now award further damages to the survivors of the person who is deceased. And Mr. Speaker, I look at it this way. If a father dies and he has two children in university overseas, and he's the breadwinner paying for the tuition, he's the breadwinner paying the bills, taking care of the family, the court now has the opportunity to ensure that the education is not disrupted because that person is not here with us today. So it can now leverage all that cost on the person who would have caused the death of that individual. Mr. Speaker, this bill, very forward thinking, I support it, and it is a long time in coming. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Barbuda.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just rise to make a small contribution to this bill. And to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm happy that the Parliament is updating this bill that is, at least that is as old as it is. And just to say that I heard the member for St. John City West speak about bereavement, and that the $5,000, City South, $5,000 is not enough. But funny enough, Mr. Speaker, I was thinking along the lines of a member for St. Peter in terms of whether or not we make an adjustment to the 5,000. One has to be careful how we do that, because Section 7, as he just pointed out, when the matter is taken before the courts, there is a discretion here, there's an additional layer here built into the bill, where additional, and Mr. Speaker, I just want to read it again, in any action under this act, the court may award such damages to the beneficiary of the deceased as it thinks appropriate to the pecuniary, financial, or other loss resulting from such debt to the parties for whom the benefit the action was taken. And so I'm of the view that you really can't pay for bereavement. You really can't. There's no sum that can be levied for bereavement. Accepted is that it has to be a realistic sum. All right? Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, but I mean, I can be guided as well. I mean, I'm not sure whether this bill or this act would bar someone from being sued. You're suing someone's estate for damages based on a loss. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, City West, but facilitating the suit? Okay, so it's basically, okay, the same thing. Because I was just wondering if a separate action can be taken outside of this. So this is the vehicle. This is the vehicle, all right? So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think that we have to look at whether or not we want to sort of stuff the bereavement section of this bill, or whether or not we want to get something realistic and look at how the bill would function in its practical terms. And I think Section 7 is that section, in my view, that give the bill the kind of teeth that can be used for certain instances. And, Mr. Speaker, the other thing is that I also believe we should place some emphasis on sort of preventing some of these things. I was on All Saints Road yesterday, and I'm very impressed with it, to be honest. I mean, I was surprised when I was told last night it's been done locally, right? So I want to commend Public Works, Craig Williams. I'm not sure if he's still there. And Mr. King, all those persons I worked with, I think I had some of them. They're still there when I was minister, all right, for doing a wonderful job. I mean, I was kind of surprised that it's been done in-house. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is this. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that the police, for example, issue tickets. And that system, Mr. AG, is not working. I was in town 2 weeks ago when I was over here, Mr. Speaker, and I went to a particular place, and I asked the guy, I said, how is it that you park here? And the guy said to me, when he gets the tickets, he just throw them away. Literally, just throw them away. All right? I'm not saying it's a good thing or whatever, but we have to find a way to get a system that works. You understand? When you have a ticket in normal, well, in the West, and you don't pay it, there's something when you go to renew your car thing or whatever, it triggers something and your license gets suspended. There must be some consequence. So you're telling people that they must go to the magistrate court at a certain time or whatever and so on. People just don't bother with it, and nothing happens. There don't seem to be any link or connection to Transport Board. So we need to find a way, because if people can get away with things, Mr. Speaker, Plato said it, Mr. Speaker, if you can get away with it and there's no consequences, you're going to continue to do it. And so you have an issue there, and it brings me to speeding as well, because I think it's the same mechanism in terms of ticketing. We need to find something that works and try and prevent some of these things, Mr. Speaker. Right? I agree with St. Peter, breathalyzer test, etc. Let people know that there's serious consequences for their actions, because you really can't bring somebody back. None of us can. And you can pay me 2 million, 20 million, 5,000, 100,000 for bereavement, Mr. Speaker. A loss is a loss. And especially when it's negligence. You know, I could see if there's an accident in terms of stuff, but if a man put in the rum and decide to go party and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so he figured that there's no traffic and just decide to be careless, he want to get home quickly and get into an accident, negligible, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that person should be locked up. That person should be locked up, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, I think that we need to get serious in this country. I mean, Mr. Speaker, the government is the government, although my philosophical beliefs are different. The fact is the infrastructure built in this country benefits everybody. And so if that is the case and taxpayers' money are developing certain things, Mr. Speaker, there must be some checks and balances. You know, we had a bad accident in Barbuda a month ago, where one person almost lost her life, still recovering, Mr. Speaker, major surgery. And again, I thank the Defense Force and the persons involved to allow that medevac to happen. And Mr. Speaker, no matter a couple of days, the man back in Barbuda, walking around like, well, you know what I mean, nothing has happened. How do you think the parents feel? I'm not saying whatever, so the action and what happens should be proportionate. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's getting very bad. All right? So I welcome what's here in this bill, Mr. Speaker. And again, my point is in terms of bereavement, you really can't pay for that. And I just hope that we're able to ensure that persons understand the seriousness of this. I notice, Mr. Speaker, the limitations in Section 9 says here, Mr. Speaker, that no action on this act shall be brought after the expiration of 3 years after the death of, and goes on and on. So I was just wondering if the 3 years is embedded in the present law or we're putting the 3 years there now. What's there now? All right? Because, and I was wondering, this is a new law. Okay. All right? So in terms of limitation, I think it's reasonable because I was wondering exactly if that was there before. Because after a certain time, I think there must be some level of closure to these things. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I think it's a decent bill. I think the government needs to do more to ensure the bill can work and ensure people understand the seriousness of it. And, you know, when it comes to bereavement, I would agree that we should take it above $5,000, but you really can't pay for bereavement, Mr. Speaker. You really can't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, this morning that the debate has started on this level. Criticisms, constructive suggestions, all designed to improve the legislation. I sincerely hope that this continues at this level. When we're looking about the Renaissance and getting a new society together, we must work together in the interest of Antiguans and Barbudans. And you know, when I heard my friend from Austin who spoke this morning, I must tell you that we already have on the books legislation dealing with speeding, breathalyzers tests, the use of the radar gun. Those are being finalized now. My friend Mr. Johnson and Mr. Edwards brought it to my attention, and Mr. Hodge too. We had discussion on that just 2 weeks ago. So these things are in fact in train. And yes, they are there now, just to bring it into force. It's already passed, just to bring it into force by order of the minister. We're going to do that. And I'm glad, and I thank Mr. Fernandez, my friend from St. George Rural North, because Mr. What's your name, on Transport Board? Jarvis. Mr. Jarvis on Transport Board is in the process of getting for the department between 15 and 20 radar guns, bringing the equipment already. So these things that you suggested are good suggestions, and I'm asking you, continue that level of debate. Make constructive criticisms. Help us to address laws that benefit Antigua and Barbuda as a whole. So yes, those things are being done at the moment, and I am very happy that you've noticed those things too. And Mr. Turner, my friend from St. Peter, you made an extremely important point. And I want to reiterate clause 3. A person who by his wrongful act, neglect, or default cause injury to another person who later dies shall, not may, shall be liable to an action for damages under this act, notwithstanding the death of the persons later. So, Turner, on your website, see, you make sure that your men are properly attired. Make sure that when they work on the roofs, they have this scaffolding protection thing and so on. And I want people, you know. Public, yes, well, we start the public works. All that will be addressed, but it must lead to a fatality. And you made a very important point. Persons, I notice in the mornings when people are going to work, a lot of people standing or on the ground, the back of trucks, loaded with 40, 50 workmen. That is unlawful. And if there's an accident, the insurance company will not cover you anyway, because that is not in the law. Some insurance companies go so fast to say, you must build some seating arrangements at the back of the truck. But even that too, in my view, ought not to be encouraged. So, Mr. Speaker, the points made by my friends will be taken on board at committee stage. We shall move forward. This government saw the need to do this. And yes, children ought to be included when we're talking about bereavement, because children suffer a lot too. I know for a fact that in the most recent death of this young gentleman, up to last week, the young boy was asking, where is my daddy? Suffering for his father. So yes, we shall look at it, my friend Mr. Walker, and make the appropriate changes in the legislation as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very good bill. It's timely, it's welcomed, and I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, with due respect, that the matter be committed to the committee to be considered clause by clause.
Mr. AG, crave your indulgence and on this bill before we go to the committee stage, because this, I'm not part of the debate, but this is very important to me. Not only this aspect, I mean, I concur with the bill, all the suggestions that were made. I grew up in a country where we had maybe 10% of the number of vehicles we have today. I just checked my license, and on the 30th of September next year, we'll make 50 years. I'm a licensed driver. And confession is good for the soul. I see a fellow police officer of the who grew up in the same village. I was driving long before that. I also grew up in a time when, in order for a vehicle to get my daddy's old Morris Oxford, the speedometer registered a top speed of 90. And in order to get it to 90, you had to literally hold on to the steering, press back, and with every ounce of strength, press on the accelerator. Now we have vehicles that go from 0 to 60 in seconds, right, on the road today. And so I uphold this bill. But what are the consequences for the persons who cause these accidents? I also grew up in a time when if you were charged and convicted with causing death by dangerous driving, you went home, put your house in order because you're going to 1735. It was the norm. It was the norm. Today, a slap on the wrist. It's true. Ask any time you have, when is last time you heard somebody convicted of this crime and sent to prison? When we have all these, and I'm going to make some strong, idiots, lunatics on the roads. I'm almost scared to drive now. What is happening? I also think that it's time we follow other countries by upgrading the charge from simply causing death by dangerous driving to vehicular manslaughter, right? And some countries in the US, you even have vehicular homicide. Some of these traffic accidents where people die, it looks like somebody planned to kill you. You can be driving on a road 90, 100 miles an hour. All of us drive, I'm sure you see some people overtaking you. This morning I saw somebody overtake about 10 vehicles on Factory Road and coming up to a corner. And I simply pulled aside and said, you know, if I have to turn around, you kill yourself up there. It's time for us to change these laws. I acknowledge this, I uphold it, but let's look at the perpetrators of these crimes. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, now it's seconded. It has been moved and seconded that this bill be committed to the committee stage. All in favor? Contrary-wise, the ayes have it. Yeah, he made mention, yeah. He said to change it to 2 years.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
The question is that clause 1 do stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that clause 2 do stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, right of action for wrongful act causing death.
The question is that clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Contrary-wise say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, bereavement.
Mr. Chairman, this is where we have some concerns. In this section, Mr. Chairman, there's no mention for bereavement for children. What it says, Mr. Chairman, an action under this act may consist of and include a case of damage for bereavement. That's simply, sir. But it goes on to say this. A claim for bereavement shall only be for the benefit of the wife or husband of the deceased or the parents of the deceased where the deceased was a minor or was never married. That, Miss Henry, is too restrictive. You're the drafter, right? Let's talk about this. We should really include children who suffer bereavement itself. Knows that what bereavement means? The loss of someone important, the grief that you sustain. Children suffer too. So don't you think we should include that in this one? And let me hear a suggestion.
Okay. And my question, rather than limiting it to children, what if the person is without children, without parents, but there's a sibling that they're closely related?
But it's covered. Was living with the same household immediately before the death of the person. That's covered on the 2-1. 2-1.
But it didn't clearly state sibling.
So it can be anybody.
It can be anybody.
That's what the paper notices it well too. Okay. Yes, go on, Mr. Yes, Mr. Henry.
Question, AG. In 1B.
1B?
It outlines 1, 2, and 3.
No, where you comment? Where you?
No, I'm saying, but for the bereavement, because we're talking about the husband and wife, and then we want to add children, correct? But what about the same as in 1B, persons who are living in the same household who depend on that person? No, I'm not saying it's covered. I'm asking. In 1B, we laid out was living with the deceased at the same time of the household immediately before the death.
What it says, comrade, is that dependent means A, the wife or husband of the deceased. That's 1. 2, any person who, 1, was living with the deceased in the same household immediately before the death. That's one aspect. Any person. 2, had been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before that date.
So my question is, can that requirement also be applied to the bereavement section?
I see.
That was the question.
No, you see, because this is a particular head that you're claiming on that head.
All right.
You see, but when you calculate damages in the courts, there are certain heads under which you can get certain damages. Loss of expectation of life. We're adding now bereavement. And there are steps set out as to how we compute loss of expectation of life. In our society, for example, a normal life is 65 working life of a person. If somebody dies at 26, you calculate from 26 to 65, and then you calculate it, the court will calculate that on your behalf, on another act. So this is specific to the Fatal Accidents Act only. Okay? Yes, Ms. Henry?
Okay, good morning, everyone. So, in order to ensure that children benefit from bereavement, we can insert a paragraph, which would be C, to say any children of the deceased. Okay, so the suggestion is we remove the word or at the end of paragraph A. This is 4.2. And then we put the word or at the end of B. And then we insert a new paragraph, which is C, any children of the deceased.
A new paragraph.
A new paragraph.
Okay, all right.
What she's suggesting, we don't agree with her completely, is that benefit means child of the wife or husband of the deceased, the parents of the deceased, where the deceased was a minor or was never married, or a child, go on.
Any children of the deceased.
That's correct. You follow?
That includes the common law.
Yes, of course.
Any children.
Any children of the deceased.
So the court will decide.
The court make that determination. We discussed it, and the member for Barbuda makes the point as well. The sum awarded as damages under this section, under that act, shall be $5,000. You suggested to me.
Okay, so there are two suggestions. We can amend or adjust the amount to raise the amount to maybe 10,000, 20,000. It depends on.
At least $20,000, yes.
Right. Or we can remove the clause, and that would leave the amount to be awarded to the court's discretion. Okay, so we can adjust the amount, which is the 5,000, or we remove the clause, which leaves the award that would be the amount that would be awarded to the court's discretion. So the court will determine how much is an appropriate amount.
You have to provide some guidance if.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. We can't leave it open to the court for two reasons. We have some principles nowadays that I don't agree with. Long modern business and liberalization and all kind of stuff. I don't like that. Put something in here.
When you say a maximum.
A maximum of. A maximum of. Yes, a maximum of. Yeah, a maximum of. Could you put it to 20,000, please? Not. No, up to 20,000.
But, AG,
Go on.
can't we amend the clause to allow the minister to adjust the bereavement sum?
No, the reason why you don't want the minister to get involved in that, that should be a judicial matter, handled by the court system.
The courts, okay.
And not by the ministry itself. You know, you go so far, we don't want to intermingling with the executive, with judicial separation of powers. We make the law, they apply it.
So then anytime we come back and amend the...
We can always come back and change. We need to do that. And you know what is more egregious about this matter too? Look, Look at 4. Well, you know what 4 says, Mr. Turner? Read it. Where there is a claim for damages under this section, for the benefit of both parents of the deceased, the sum awarded shall be divided equally between them, subject to any deductions made and so on. You understand, PM? So if the husband, 5 by 2 is $2,500 for bereavement? Come on. Sorry?
Are we still leaving room for a lower figure? Because if we're saying up to 20,000, are we saying 20,000? Up to. So the. Yeah, but
you know why I say that?
Because judges have a tendency to just go with low ball figures, and then you end up with $2,500, 5,000. So, I mean, we've seen it happening in the courts now. So I'm saying, let us fix the fee, fix the amount. 20,000 is a fixed amount. That's the minimum.
Well, this is just made by the chairman.
And not less than.
What the chairman is saying, said not less than.
Not less than 20,000. Yeah, that's what we should say.
You can go beyond that, but not below that.
You can go beyond that, but not less than 20,000.
Madam Drafter?
The code doesn't like when you subscribe.
But what if they can't pay? Then what? Huh? What?
Not less than.
Not less than 20,000.
What do you think?
I think 20,000 as a minimum is too high.
Say again?
I think 20,000 as a minimum is too high.
No, it's a maximum.
No, if you say not less than,
that's the
it's
minimum.
20,000 is the minimum.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Maybe they're not more than 20.
Hold on, if I may, Mr. Chair. What I thought we were discussing earlier was a maximum of 20,000. But it sounds like we're now saying a minimum of 20,000.
That's because the fear of the judges is now going downwards.
Exactly. The judge is going to go to the
So the same 5,000 which I run from, if we say a maximum 20, about $2,500.
Yeah, but when you say a minimum of 20,000, you might.
What's the value of the life of a person?
There was a suggestion that we put it not more than.
I think not more than is fine. So 20,000 is the maximum.
All right.
And then,
but
there's no minimum.
The code determines that.
But remember.
Otherwise, you're trespassing on their domain.
On the domain, that's correct. Separation of powers.
Right. And this is just a portion of the entire award. It's not the entire thing.
All right. So we agreed on not more than.
Not more than 20,000.
Not more than, yeah. Something they go down here.
Depends on what's awarded, because if they award 10,000, they get the 10,000. But they can't go beyond 20,000. Yes.
Well,
bereavement.
Bearing in mind, my friends, that this is in addition to an order in the court, because mostly when you draft matters like these, this is a specific head, but others are there as well.
That's my point, because we can't stuff this too much. Because there are other things that can happen.
That's correct. Right. That's correct.
That's my point.
That's correct. That's correct. No more than is correct. No more than. That's all right.
My correction that in UK they don't like to do in terms of child, because it interferes with court investigations, and they can make application for dependent children.
No, in Antigua we're very different. Our law is our law. British law don't apply here. So I don't agree with that at all. We must pass laws that are applicable to Antigua and Barbuda. I don't agree with that. Yes, my dear, go ahead.
Okay, so the clause will now read, this is 4.3. The sum awarded as damages under this section shall be not more than $20,000.
That's fine. Thank you.
Then what? Sorry.
No, another thing. Can we in law, gentlemen, Mr. Hodge, can we in law tell the court how to divide monies? Can we?
No.
We ought not to, you know.
Right.
Because
So,
we're saying here, where claim on this for the benefit and so on, the sum shall be divided. No, I don't think we should. Take that out, you think. It's offensive to the judge.
so you think may is a better word, or do you want to remove the clause?
I want to take it out completely.
Take it out completely and leave it to discretion.
The judge, take it out completely. So take out 4 completely. What are your views in that, Turner? You got any suggestion on that? Put on your mind.
AG, if a parent dies, his assets is automatically distributed along to the spouse and the children. Isn't that the case by?
That's if they die without a will.
If they die without a will.
It's subject to Intestate Estates Act, which has there's a priority that's outlined in the act.
Another important point has been made too, is that since we added C, then this will be out. Because this is contemplating 2 persons benefiting. But we added a C, children. So we have to take out 4 completely. And Mr. Hodge also made a suggestion, rather say not more than, not exceeding. Not exceeding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge.
Okay, so taking that suggestion in mind, clause 3 will now read, the sum awarded as damages under this section shall not exceed $20,000.
Precisely, and leave it right there.
And then,
because since we inserted a new C.
Yes, we will be removing
precisely.
subclause 4.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair, put the question, please.
The question is that clause 4 as amended. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5. Action to be for benefits of certain relatives.
For the benefits of. Put in there, please. Action to be for their benefit. The definite article there. Okay, yes, go on. Yes, please.
Any discussion on that?
No, that is fine.
Okay. The question is that clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6. Persons entitled to bring action.
The question is that clause 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Be so bold as to raise the point to my colleagues at the House at the moment. It is being suggested that we should look at common law rights of persons who live together as an act. For example, husbands, men, boyfriends who live with their wives, girlfriends for a long time, and vice versa. And it is being thought that perhaps, like in Trinidad and Jamaica, we can have an act called the Cohabitation Act, or some act of that name, to give right to persons who are unmarried, who live for years, contribute to the household, and so on. Think on these things and let us know your views, please, because that seems to be the way that most of the other countries in the Caribbean are going.
You're going down a particular road, you know. Watch it, huh?
Sorry?
You're going down a particular road with this thing. You got to, you know? We got criticized when we were in government for something called 1860. You remember that?
No.
Okay.
No. 1 second.
Okay. So.
Well, I can tell you one.
We'll think about it, but
yes, I can
know?
tell you. I can tell you one thing. I don't think anybody over here would like this 1860 business. I'm not in the 1860 business, huh? Progress. Could you put clause 6, please?
Yes.
Clause 6, persons entitled to bring action.
The question is that clause 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7, assessment of damages.
The question is that clause 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, contributory
Negligence.
Contributory negligence.
All right. And this is important as well. I want the public to know, because you're listening to this debate as well, what clause 8 is indicating. Where a person dies as a result, partly of his own fault and partly of the fault of any other person, any damages recoverable under this action shall be reduced to an appropriate extent in accordance with his, proportionate, with his or her fault. It means it's called contributory negligence, where you voluntarily don't act, which results in your injury, then the money you get will be reduced proportionately. Just to explain to the public. Please put it, Mr. Chairman.
The question is that clause 8 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, limitation of actions.
The question is that clause 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, action to follow civil procedure rules.
The question is that clause 10 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, act binds the crown.
The question is that clause 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, repeal of Cap 166.
The question is that clause 12 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accident Bill has passed through the committee stage with some amendments. In those circumstances, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
Second motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accident Bill be read a third time and passed.
Second motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accident Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
An act to revise the law relating to the bringing of actions with respect to fatal accidents caused by wrongful conduct and to provide for other related and connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I miss your gavel, sir. The gavel normally falls, you see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just as the bill before, by virtue of Standing Order 74.3, I move a motion, Mr. Speaker, that the second bill to be debated today, the Magistrates' Court of Procedure Amendment Bill, be allowed to proceed under the ambit of Standing Order 74, subsection 1, which permits us to carry forward any particular action started in the last session.
Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that according to our standing orders 74, section 3, that we proceed with the bill shortly entitled the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026, which was started in the previous session of our Parliament. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, this is yet another house cleaning situation, sir. It is called the Magistrates' Court of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026. Very, very short and to the point. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend the Section 38 of the Magistrates' Court of Procedure Act 2025 in relation to the issuing of warrants. The amendment being sought today, Mr. Speaker, seeks to clarify the language used in Section 38. Section 38 has been copied and placed at the bottom of each member's bill today. Section 38, search warrant. Where a magistrate is satisfied on evidence upon oath that there is reasonable cause to believe that any property whatsoever on or with respect to which any larceny, notice larceny, or the felony has been committed is in any place or places, he may grant a warrant to search such place or premises for such property, and if the same or any part thereof found to be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate in Antigua and Barbuda, and he can do so on a Sunday as well. Some clever lawyers have argued, sir, that this section limits search warrant to larceny. It says so. And it has caused some problems in the court. So we're coming here, Mr. Speaker, to clarify that this sort of argument will hold no water. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what it is saying in the new Act. Section 38. A magistrate may, if satisfied by information given on oath, grant a search warrant to search any place or places where there is reasonable cause to believe that an offense of any kind is being or has been committed, or that evidence in relation to any such offense is to be found in that place or places. So in other words, the first provision talks about larceny and felony. We're going beyond that. Once we have evidence on oath that there's evidence in any place or places for any offense, once he's satisfied with the evidence given, a search warrant can be issued. And one of the important points is this too, is that we can do this on a Sunday. Normally you don't, but we're doing it on a Sunday as well too. Where evidence, Section 3, of any offense identified is found in the place or places upon which the warrant was executed, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some of the magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda. Now, sir, this is what the law now stands. Mr. Speaker, with respect, in the US of A, when a warrant is issued for a specific item, and you go to a house, and you found other items which are not in the warrant, you cannot move it. You cannot move it. It can be brought into court. Well, is that right? If you go to a house, and you find other things which will lead you to believe that they could have been derived from crime or to be used for the commission of crime, you ought to have the right as a law enforcement officer to seize those things and take them before the magistrate and the court to be dealt with. We don't want to be as specific as the States is. I mean, I've had discussions many times with lawyers in the States where they go to search for firearms and ammunition, and they go there, Mr. Speaker, and it's a whole pile of obvious stolen items. They can't touch those at all. They didn't go to look for that. That can't happen in this kind of country. No, we're not changing it. We're just making it more easier. Make it easier to do justice in every case. For example, the Prime Minister will tell you that quite recently the police executed a search warrant and they found a warehouse. A warehouse. All manner of goods. Refrigerators, deep freezers, appliances of all nations and sizes, fencing wire, tools. Well, don't worry. We're making it easier for justice to be done. And what has happened, you know, an ad had to be placed in the newspaper inviting people who had their refrigerators stolen or TV stolen to come and identify which ones belong. More than hardware store. You understand? So this cannot be right. So we have to deal with the law as we see it. And remember, the law is always changing to meet the trends going on. Lately we noticed that they're pulling off people's bags and chains, etc., and they're using people's ring and thing and so on. We have to nip it in the bud. We're trying to control the situation. We're trying to prevent the constant recurrence of crime in Antigua and Barbuda and giving the law enforcement officers the tools with which they can carry their duty to get justice done. Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Chairman of the party, Mr. Green, is known to be a safe society. We want to make it safe. We are known to have the lowest record for serious offenses in these parts of the hemisphere. We want to keep it so. We want to keep it so. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a really simple amendment. In the old amendment, it was limited to larceny and felony. Now we talk about anything across the board. Mr. Speaker, I commend this to the House for this debate.
Speaker, I rise to support this amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Even narcotics.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief remarks on this Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I understand what the bill seeks to do, I think we have to be careful that we don't trample on the constitutional rights of individuals. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly, I don't know nothing about that. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment expands the scope of search warrants for larceny and other felony to offense of any kind. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a little bit too broad and could really impact privacy or constitutional rights of individuals. You see, Mr. Speaker, if it is, and it can also be used as a malicious or personal means. Because, Mr. Speaker, according to this act, if you come into my house and you're looking for a TV, and the TV is right before you. You have the evidence before you. What is the need to continue to search when what it is that you're looking for? Huh? Because based on the reason why you're going to search, you will have the information that you're looking for. But, Mr. Speaker, and again, I believe the law must take its course, and if this is necessary, it should be done. However, we have to always be guided by the constitutional rights of individuals. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, it could be to ensure and protect constitutional privacy rights. This clause, Mr. Speaker, should include a threshold of seriousness. A threshold of seriousness. It could be limited. It could be limited to indictable offenses. Why? Because you are literally infringing on the constitutional rights of individuals. And again, it's not standing here in objection to the bill. It's the fact that people have rights, constitutional rights. And I want us to, when we put legislation in place, put laws in place, it is guided by and not be used as a tool to go after individuals. Because we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, while we look at the legislation, I want to find out, and we can discuss it, AG, when you wrap up, you can tell us if this bill allows for modernization in terms of the digital places. For example, search warrant for cloud. My iCloud space, will this bill seek to address that? That's a different matter. That has to come under a different... Because, again, it's in the electronic crimes bill. Okay. And again, Mr. Speaker, these things aren't, in my view, controversial, but I think the expansion and definition of some of these things should be a bit clearer in terms of places and how it is put forward. Because as we look at what exists, the definition, all definitions should include vehicles, vessels, aircraft, and again, with a warrant, you can also go for a warrant for electronic storage. Because, again, that's another place that people are storing things in this modern day. I suggest that this also to strengthen the bill. Okay. And, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful because the subclause, which I believe is necessary, however, subclause 3, where evidence of any offense or any offense identified in a search warrant is found in place or places upon which the warrant was executed, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, now this clause makes allowance for seizure of any illegal item. I don't have any problem there. But what should happen to? They should go back to the magistrate after seizing it to get another search warrant to further search the property, because you would have found something. You think? Because I will say what I would recommend is that upon seizing those things, the magistrate review the circumstances and give the warrant to search further into the premises. Because, so in other words, if you come in to a house, if you walk into a house and this iPad, a stolen iPad, is on the table, and that is what your search warrant is for, the stolen item, you're saying to me, even with you finding the evidence of which the search warrant was granted, and I hear that point, but at the same time, so legally, if it's not practical, then I will yield to that. Me, I don't have anything to worry about. If it's one thing about me, a matter of fact, where I live, I don't even lock the door. Because I don't have anything to hide. My life is an open book. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, we have to be careful. And I think the bill, Mr. Speaker, also has some positives to it, Mr. Speaker. The bill succeeds in its stated goal of simplifying the rationale for granting search warrants. The language is more direct and easier for both law enforcement and the judiciary to interpret than the previous wording. Operational continuity clause 3.2 maintains the necessary flexibility for law enforcement by explicitly stating warrants can be issued and executed at any time, including Sundays, ensuring that time-sensitive evidence is not lost due to administrative timing. So again, the main concern that I have with this bill is the intrusion on the constitutional rights of individuals. But again, yes. So again, Mr. Speaker, it's not a situation in which there's an objection to the bill. It's a situation in which we have to look at all possibilities. And again, always make sure. No, it's something, it's a point that I can yield to. It's a point that I can yield to. It's not that I'm hard and fast that you don't, because again, catching criminals should be the order of the day, and ensuring that justice is served is what we all as lawmakers should be advancing. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for allowing me.
Recognize the honourable member for Barbuda.
Mr. Speaker, the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment, Bill 2026. Section 3 states, Mr. Speaker, Section 30 of the Principal Act is repealed and replaced as follows. A magistrate may, if satisfied by information given on oath, grant a search warrant to search any place or places where there is reasonable cause to believe that an offense of any kind is being or has been committed, or that the evidence in relation to any such offense is to be found in that place or places. Section 2 states, Mr. Speaker, that a search warrant may be issued and executed at any time and may be issued and executed on a Sunday, which is new. Section 3 states, Mr. Speaker, that where evidence of any offense or of any offense identified in a search warrant is found in the place or places upon which the warrant was executed, the evidence shall be brought before the magistrate granting the warrant or some other magistrate of Antigua and Barbuda. And so, Mr. Speaker, two basic things, section 2 and 3 for me. We're now giving the authority to the magistrate to issue search warrants for Sundays, that they can be executed on Sundays. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, that's new is that we're also saying that if a search warrant is executed for a specific item or purpose, whatever nomenclature you want to use, and other things are found, then those things can also be seized and confiscated. And so, Mr. Speaker, I look at the context of this. And in the great United States, Mr. Speaker, when a search warrant is issued, it's issued for a specific purpose. And whatever you find when that search warrant is executed outside of the search warrant cannot be seized and used. Now, my problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that we in Antigua and Barbuda, we have an issue, not a major issue with crime, and I think we have competent law enforcement officers. And it's important for them to understand their job. So if you want to apply for a search warrant, Mr. Speaker, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't think a search warrant, I'm no legal person in any way, has to be limited to a particular item. You can have a search warrant for several different items, Mr. Speaker. And so I cannot come in and agree that we're going to open this Pandora's box at this time, when, if it is we want to capture other things, because there must be some reasonable suspicion, it must be brought before the magistrate and included. And if there's a doubt, Mr. Speaker, if there's a doubt and you feel it's not only televisions, there might be guns, there might be whatever, you include several things that you probably think you might come across based on the circumstance. But you cannot come to the Parliament and tell the nation of Antigua and Barbuda that whatever you find or whatever is found illegal or whatever you call it illegal, whatever is not on the search warrant, that you can just decide you're going to seize it and use it against that person. I don't agree with that. We must have the competence to agree that whenever you're executing a search warrant, there must be that modus, that thought process that goes into a search warrant. And I'm saying that if you feel that somebody's importing televisions and guns and you want to search a place, you go to the magistrate and get the search warrant accordingly. That's what I'm saying. Listen to me. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that we're opening a Pandora's box that we don't have to open. We don't have to. No, I'm serious about fighting crimes. So if you don't have to limit the search warrant in this case. You can have a search warrant that includes several different things that you're looking for. But not everything. But Mr. Speaker, I am saying here, Mr. Speaker, all tools can be available. Search warrant is one of those tools.
Honourable Member,
yes?
Can the reasonable suspicion be done when you enter that premises? So I come looking for the iPad, as the Honourable Member mentioned. When I get into that house, I just got a suspicion that, hey, even based on the body language of the individual, that there could be something else in here.
Mr. Speaker.
No, just a question.
You get in certain way. We're not going down the road with you, right? Mr. Speaker, I am saying here, and I'm trying to be reasonable, all right? Because we live in a very small society. This is not a huge society like the United States and so on, all right? We're fighting crime. We're being serious about fighting crime. I have no problems with that. But, Mr. Speaker, there are different ways in which certain things can be done. And I'm saying coming to the Parliament to do this, Mr. Speaker, is not the best way to do it. There are many ways. So if you go to execute a search warrant, you have the SWAT team, for example. I don't know how it works, and so on. And you go in there and you find something. And you have a suspicion that other things might be happening or other things happening in the house. What are you supposed to do? You're supposed to just take what you go to search for, and then you let the SWAT team just go away like that? You surround the place and make sure it's done in a particular way.
That is a fishing expedition, though.
That is what I'm saying. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we are going outside of what I think we should do. There are other ways that we can capture certain things, and I agree that we can do the thing on Sunday. I agree with that, because Sunday I don't understand why that was a problem. But, Mr. AG, think about it. Huh? No, and I said I agree that we should be able to do it. That's my point, right? I don't know why Sundays was excluded. That I agree with. But this thing of going down that road, of trying to go in a man's house, and anything is on the table without a search warrant, I think is let me qualify what I'm saying. You have a search warrant to go in, right? But certain things that's not on the search warrant, all right? That's you find in the house. We are opening up a Pandora's box and going down a particular road that is not necessary at this time. I would want the Attorney General, when he wraps up, to say to this Parliament, whatever circumstances or experiences have been reported to him in recent times, in the kind of numbers that will require us coming to the Parliament to do this. I'm speaking about, listen, you also have to protect the constitutional rights of everybody, you know. Everybody has a constitutional right, all right? And, Mr. Speaker, I hear you. And I understand the situation with crime, and I have a zero tolerance for crime as well, all right? But in life, and I've always said this, there's always circumstances. Well, not always. Most of the times there's circumstances for a lot of things. People adopt certain lifestyles for reasons that some of us cannot relate to. I'm not saying we'll agree with them, all right? There are people who, and I don't want to sound like I'm defending that, because I'm not. But I'm saying litmus tests cannot be one size fit all. All right? It might be to you. All right? And I see what you're trying to do. But, I mean, there was a reason, Mr. A.G., why it was never there before. I am not saying you're not doing that. Provide the police and law enforcement with everything they need. You need to do that, too. And beef up your security at the ports of entry. All that would help to do that. Right? But to come and talk about the search, there's a reason why previous parliaments up to now has not amended this thing, you know. It's not new, Mr. AG. This is not a new argument, you know. Attorney generals from Keith Ford and so on, this is not new. It's not a new thing. You understand? There seems to be some obsession with that. I don't know what you're talking about, you know. I don't know. I just came to this country yesterday. I don't know what drugs, and I don't know about that. I don't do drugs, Mr. Speaker. I don't do drugs. All right? So I don't know. The Memphis City West is insinuating certain things. That doesn't apply to me or anybody with me. So I don't know what you're talking about there. All right? But, Mr. Speaker, again, just to wrap up this, I support the initiative of trying to reduce crime and eliminate crime if we can. I do. But, Mr. Attorney General, I remember a lot of Attorney Generals, Keith Ford, Clay Roberts, Justin Simon, Radley Hill, I don't know much about him in terms of discussion, but this particular situation that we're doing now has always been on the table. All right? It's not new, it's not novel, it's not something we come. But the question is, are we going down the right path? And you're saying yes. Well, the eyes have it. The eyes have it. But Hansard, when I leave, Hansard will show. Right? That I at least discuss this matter, especially from previous experiences, from in government when we had serious debates in cabinet about the same thing. You might think it's time now to change it. Well, I hope you can give a rational. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, as I said, I hope when the Attorney General wraps up that he can present a convincing argument that at this time, at this present time, when the member for City West boasts that we have the lowest crime in the OECS, crime rate, and perhaps in the Caribbean, right, that we see the need to come to the Parliament to impede a bit on persons' constitutional rights, to go to his house and to seize items, Mr. Speaker, that's not on a warrant. So with those words, I support clauses 1 and 2 wholeheartedly, but clause 3, I reserve the right to think hard on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize your member for St. John's Rural North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Magistrates Code of Conduct, Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 in its entirety. What I can't understand is I get the feeling that the members on the other side come to defend the criminal element. Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the AG and any police will tell you this, when you do a search warrant, you get word that some fellas thief down the road. When you go in your house, you don't just find that, it's storing stuff from the last 3 break-ins. So what are you supposed to do? Say only those from this break-in we take in and leave the rest? This is what we come to. You go in the house, and by the way, you had even at the elections people promising weed for you if you don't vote for the people on that side. So the police must go in now and look for the said weed in the place and see guns in there and leave them. Exactly. That's what we come to. You guys should be ashamed of yourself, man, to come in here and chat that dribble. Mr. Speaker, once again, I support the bill, and I hope they will learn from this.
I recognize your honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the previous speaker, I rise to support in its entirety the Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026. Mr. Speaker, I thought for a while that this would have been an easy passage because the move of the bill was very clear that this is about dealing with crime and criminal elements in our country. It really strikes me as more than passing strange that the member for Barbuda and All Saints, Eden St. Luke, would find time to nitpick this bill. So, Speaker, this amendment represents a zero-tolerance approach to crime. As simple as that. And the opposition is going to be serious. You either join in this, or you're not joining this. You can't be half pregnant in this one. Mr. Speaker, I hear about the constitutional rights of robbers, of crooks, of thieves. What about those who are being robbed? They have no constitutional rights? And doesn't the government have obligation to protect them? The move of the bill was very clear about a situation which invariably influenced this moment. Of a warehouse, unlicensed warehouse. And we see it all the while. Police calling persons to come to the station to identify stolen goods.
Exactly. Because there's more than one robbery.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a joke moment. We can't just talk about Antigua being the safest country in the world, witness pockets of crime, and not do something about it before it escalates to make us one of the worst destinations in the world.
Keep ahead of them, man.
We have to stay ahead of this all the time. And so this bill, I want to commend the AG and his team for really bringing this to the Parliament in this timely fashion, before crime envelops us and take the better of our country. There's some old sayings, you know, and being a countryman, I see a couple of countrymen around the room. The Prime Minister himself will boast of having as a country, potters. A single ounce of prevention is better than a whole pound of cure. Don't wait till that moment. You say, let them go with a warrant to search for things, multiple things, all listed. What if the one thing they stumble upon is not in the warrant? It's the same thing you end up with, where they can't remove it. So you go to the MP's house to look for an iPad, and you see the iPad on the desk, and so you're about to move it. But as you look at the device, you see a gun next to it. You must not touch the gun, okay? Because they're not coming for the gun. I'm saying we have to, and if you find bullets and bullets on the list, you have to let's get serious. When we send law enforcement agencies out to do their work, it's about crime, criminals, illegal activity, and we should not limit them. Not in today's situation. If we want to send the right message to our people, that we are serious about what we're seeing happening in our country today, we have to get tough on crime. And it can't be a bipartisan arrangement. It can't be on the side we're saying, get tough on crime. On the other side, I see a big release. We stand in support of a senator whose fiancé comes with drugs in the airport. I saw it this week. Yes. I saw it this week that the UPP put out a release standing in solidarity with somebody bringing drugs in this country. We can't look. Let's get serious, okay? We just came out of the general elections, where the people of this country overwhelmingly elected a government. This government has a responsibility, not only to those who voted for us, but for the entire nation, to do things that are important in maintaining, in this instance, the safety and security of our country. Antigua and Barbuda does not exist in a vacuum by ourselves. We depend on international travelers to come to our country, and they go online and see all these stories. They go and see when there are house breakings and there are robberies and there are beatings. We have to be seen to be serious. Yep. And so I want to commend the AJ and his team, for bringing this bill, this amendment to the Parliament today. It's not about infringing or trespassing people's constitutional rights. We are a government that protects the Constitution and the rights of our citizens. But at the same time, we have to get serious and realize that things are changing. And if things are changing, we are obligated to change as well, to stay ahead of this one. Don't allow this one to get out of control. Mr. Speaker, I didn't plan to speak on this one because honestly, when I looked at this bill this morning, I figured we have total support for this one. I can't believe for the life of me that the members on the other side could find something to pick on this one, which speaks to the moment and the government taking steps to ensure that our country continues to be a safe, if not safe, the safest destination in this region. This is not targeting ordinary citizens. This is targeting crime and criminals, crooks, vagabonds, the people who we all should join together in crushing. And so when you talk about the constitutional right of crooks and criminals and thieves and vagabonds, let us also, who have rights, admittedly, let's also remember that the rights of decent living citizens, hard-working citizens, visitors to this country, are also part of what we need to protect as a country and a government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
What a wonderful note to end the debate on. Very well said, Mr. Chairman. Very well said. You want to speak, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Who wants to speak?
You want me to come because we can murder them.
you want to come here?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Listen. I'm so amazed. I can't find words to speak.
They're lost for words.
How can anybody, look, it's as if you go into a house to look for a radio. You see ganja, packs of ganja in the corner. Don't touch that. You see guns over here. Don't touch that. Are you guys really serious about what you just said? Now let's move on anyway.
Oh, really?
But that's what that's a logical conclusion to what you're saying. In any event, sir, what this is correcting is also that the old law talks about larceny or other felony. In other words, in the olden days, which we're going to change very shortly, crime was divided into two: misdemeanors, which are simple crimes, and the felonies, which are serious crimes. Not so serious and serious. We're putting everything together now. And what we're saying, you see, we must move precisely. So we are now covering any offense at all. Can you imagine the police went to search to look for, I think it was ganja. But when they searched it, they found a warehouse full of goods, and they must leave it and go to Manchester to get a warrant to come back? You're not serious, guys. Join us in our fight against crime. We have to protect the nation, the people of this nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy that you have done this, because now we know that when the police, and first of all, you know, it's not something happening overnight, you know. You've got to go to the magistrate, convince him or her that you have reasonable grounds to believe that goods required are there. You have to convince him on oath, you know. I swear by Almighty God and the evidence and so on, and give them actual proof of what you're talking about. Exactly. So it's not a willy-nilly thing, you know. It's done according to the law. And I'm certain, Mr. Walker, if you go down to Barbuda and you find that something is missing from your gas station, and the police go to search somewhere, precisely. That's what I'm talking about, Trevor. Precise, Trevor.
And they normally steal multiple items.
I know you.
They take your cash, they take your jewelry. You think they go for one item in your home when they break your house and steal? What they find carry?
You understand, my friend? So what I'm saying to you, sir, I know that you're not serious about it, but the time has come when we must stop playing to the public and look about the interests of the nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Because when you speak, you know, everything you say is in Hansard. Every step you make is in Hansard and recorded for people to come. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I'm asking that this matter, Mr. Speaker, be sent to committee. Say again? Yes, to be committed, to be considered clause by clause. Thank you, sir.
Second motion, Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Magistrates Court of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to amend the Magistrate Code of Procedure Act, Cap 255, and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 38, search warrant.
The question is that Clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting. I recognize the Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Magistrates Court of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without an amendment. In those circumstances, I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and pass. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Magistrate Code of Procedure Act, Cap 255, and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This other bill, Mr. Speaker, indicates and shows quite clearly that this government is doing everything to support crime fighting and the men and women who go to fighting crime, Mr. Speaker. But before so doing, Mr. Speaker, here again, I'm invoking the provisions of Standing Order 74.3, the carrying over of this bill also to be called the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill from the last session, Mr. Speaker, and I so move the motion.
Second motion, Mr. Speaker.
Again, it has been it has been moved and seconded that we invoke Section 74.3 of the Standing Order so that we can carry forward this bill that was previously started in the last session of Parliament. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary-wise say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, crime is a matter about which this government has zero tolerance. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it's imperative and important to note that this government expects persons who have information that they could use to assist law enforcement in solving crime. Mr. Speaker, the Act is entitled the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill of 2026. The police have been experiencing great difficulty in getting evidence from service providers. I'm going to call their names. I think I should. I shouldn't call the names of Cable and Wireless and so on, and those other persons. I wouldn't do that at all. I would never do that. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, whenever the police needs to get information from these particular persons, you know, I don't think I should. I don't do it. They don't volunteer information, Mr. Speaker, and the police are left at a great disadvantage. For example, Mr. Speaker, the police would need evidence of pinging from telephones, different posts, etc., to get to trace how crimes are being committed. But the service providers are refusing to do so. So we're going to show them, if you don't want to help us, we'll deal with you. We are able, by using electronic means, to trace telephone calls to see where persons were at the time to solve crime. Crime is everybody's business. Therefore, since they're not cooperating, we bring them here to make them cooperate. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill here again is a very, very short crime, a short bill, and it is necessary to improve access to information in investigation of electronic crimes. It also seeks, Mr. Speaker, to achieve maximum compliance with production orders. Many times you go to the office of the ONDCP, you'll go to court and make an application. The order is made, but they are reluctant in giving information. Not anymore. That comes to an end with this. So, Mr. Speaker, let's look at Section 3, that deal with production orders. And this is in connection with crime. Production order. If the disclosure of data is required for the purpose, Mr. Chairman of the party, my friend Chet Green, for the purpose of criminal investigation or the prosecution of an offense, a police officer or other law enforcement officer shall apply to a magistrate or judge in chambers for an order compelling one, a person who is in possession or control of specified data which is stored on a system electronically to produce the data or other computer output to the police officer or other law enforcement officer, or a service provider, its directors, other officers and supervisors to produce data or other electronic input in its possession or control in relation to a specified subscriber or group of subscribers to the police officer or other law enforcement officer. What it means, therefore, is that if a person has in his control details of data necessary for the police, they must produce it. If you're a service provider, and you know what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, before? Some of their supervisors and managers are overseas. The directors are overseas. Well, we have brought in this now, and we're naming the managers who are here, the people in control of the company who stay here. Since you have to wait to Jamaica to give you instructions, or to England to give you instructions, we're dealing with you here. You represent the company. We're dealing with you. So if you fail to comply, we're going to deal with you personally. That's what this means, Mr. Speaker. I'll let you go further. Where any material to which an investigation relates consists of data stored in a system, disk, cassette, microfilm, or preserved by any mechanical, or the request shall be deemed to require the person upon whom the order is served to produce or give access to the material in a form and manner in which it can be taken away, which is visible, audible, or intelligible. Many times, my friend from Barbuda, when they give you the information, you can't hear anything. They mash up the system. No use. Well, you're going to help us fight crime, okay? So you're going to give us what we need. It must be visible, it must be seen. Audible, we must hear clearly. And intelligible, we must make out what you're saying. That's how we can trace and deal with crime. A production order granted shall describe the data or other computer output to which it relates, shall specify the time by which the order is to be complied with, because you know, he's gone, and Darrell Matt's gone. They will take a long time to even respond to your letter. That come to an end. It shall contain a penal notice. You know what that means, Max? If you do not comply, it's jail, you're gone. Good. And may require the person who is addressed to keep secret the contents of the existence. Now, it goes on further to say this, you know. A magistrate or judge by whom such an application is made shall take into account, one, the extent and nature of any other information in addition to the data or computer output requested by the police or other law enforcement agency that is likely to be disclosed as a result of the order being complied with. Any adverse effect that complying with the order might have on other lawful business carried on by the person to whom the order is addressed. So we want to make sure that he keeps in mind the danger of giving information that will affect another person's business. So we're acting responsibly. Now, 5 is the most important part of this, Mr. Prime Minister. A person commits an offense. If the person fails, without reasonable excuse, to comply with the production order within the time specified, and is liable, if he before the magistrate's court, to a fine of $100,000 or to such term of imprisonment not exceeding 12 months or to both, and or on conviction or indictment to a fine not exceeding $1 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years, or to both. My friend, the Foreign Minister, Member St. Paul, the members in John City West have stressed, and I repeat, we are not tolerating crime of any shape or form in this country. We are taking appropriate steps to ensure that persons who can assist in solving crimes comply. If they don't comply, you will be dealt with severely. We want Antigua to remain in the ranking. My friend from St. John's Rural North has tourism at the top. He's regarded as the best tourism minister in these parts. Yeah. And in order to continue that, we have to put our hands on crime. We have to deal with these people. I'm not going to say I'm warning these people. No. I wouldn't say I'm sending a warning out to Cable Wireless. No, I wouldn't do that. No. I'm not doing that to anybody at all. Not threatening any service provider at all. I'm asking persons to whom this act relates to comply with the provisions they're under. There will be no mercy. I don't hide behind the thing about I'm only an employee. The head office is overseas. We're dealing with you. You. So when you go to the court and the judge gives an order, when he comes, make certain that you give us everything we want and more.
Frustrating the course of justice. Yeah.
That is right, the Court of Justice, Mr. Prime Minister. Listen to me now. Who said I'm being draconian this morning? I have to be. Because we want to clamp out crime in this country. We want to make certain that Antigua remains safe. We want to be able to give the police information and assistance in solving crime. And you know something about what we asked? When things go wrong, you know, who did they call first? The government.
Of course.
Police.
Not them, and they want
Police. Government.
AG not doing anything?
The AG not doing
Prime Minister not doing anything?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
We're putting it in law. LAW. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm most pleased. It's most heartily gratifying. My soul is filled with joy today that we are doing this thing to protect our people, to assist the law enforcement agencies, the law officers in solving crime. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure in putting this bill before the House for its discussion, sir.
Speaker, I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
I recognize the honourable member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I rise to make a short contribution to the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, amendment of Section 18, Production Order. 3, Section 1. If the disclosure of data is required for a purpose of criminal investigation or the prosecution of an offence, a police officer or any other enforcement officer shall apply to the magistrate or judge in chambers for an order compelling one. But let me just deal with that aspect of it. Mr. Speaker, I think the aspect of the, I can understand the police, but the other law enforcement officer. But I think that under a section within the interpretation, that should be highlighted in that interpretation so that to avoid, and probably you may want to include also customs. Okay, well, so then I think that, so to avoid customs thinking that they are, because they're also enforcement officers, not under this act. So I think that it should be clearly stated in this act that the other agency you're talking about is the ONDCP. So that's one, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have concern about the manner in which Section 3B state that a service provider, its directors, managers, and officers and supervisors to produce data or other electronic output. 3B. 3.1b. Now, Mr. Speaker, this allows for the order to be served on individuals who might not possess the powers to share the information that the court is required. Right? But even with the staff, because you're going down to supervisors, I think this should be maintained at the level of the managing director, the management, and not lower management, because again, they might not even have access to the information being requested, or can very well fall out of grace with the institution for sharing such information that they are not in control of under their purview. So, Mr. Speaker, I think when we look at these bills, it should first be served on the service provider as a corporate entity, Mr. Speaker, with individual liability only arising if a specific officer is found to be personally obstructing a lawful order. I don't know if that, Madam Drafter, Mr. AG, would be sufficient, or we can look at it that way, rather than individuals who do not possess the powers to offer the court that information be also liable if the company refuses, the service provider refuses to provide. Huh? So, again, Mr. Speaker, some of these things I believe should be clearly stated. And again, while I understand the importance of clamping down on crime, we have to also take into consideration some of the pressures that bear upon the company in regards to the financial constraints of some of these fines or an individual. Mr. Speaker, because I think 100,000 on a person who it's not up to them whether or not the information is given, but they are the one liable to pay the fine. But if it is that they cannot access that information to send it, you're saying that they're responsible to pay the $100,000, and AG, we have to. You're going before the court. Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, also. Huh? Pretty much. The court dealing with the matter. So the court is requesting from the. Well, Mr. Speaker, we can understand that, the government putting legislation in place with the whole thrust of bringing crime under control. And it's not only the government's responsibility. I think all of us, we have an obligation to ensure that our beloved state is the safest, and we work to reduce crime significantly, because I believe one crime is too much. Also, Clause 3D, Mr. Speaker. May require the person to whom it is addressed to keep the secret. Section 3D. May require the person whom it is addressed to keep the secret contents of the contents and existence. Yeah, to keep secret the contents of the order. Yeah, Mr. AG, as to how long? Because I don't see a time frame within the bill. So that so basically it should be indefinite. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, with the clarity, and I trust when the AG gets up to speak, if the member for Barbuda will also raise any concerns, that he will clarify. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few concerns, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. I rise because I spoke on the previous bill, and I want to mention and specify for the benefit of the public that this is a second bill dealing expressly with the issue of crimes and how this government is serious about tackling the issue of crime in our country. The safety of our country is a shared and common responsibility of all of us. I'm heartened that the Leader of Opposition on this occasion, barring a misunderstanding on the judicial stage, came around to understand the exact intentions of this bill. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the AG present this bill, and I thought of the thousands who are listening at home and in the diaspora, I'm sure Antiguans and Barbuda are surprised to know the kinds of challenges, problems that the government would have faced over time with these service providers. And Mr. Leader of Opposition, if you ask me, the fine should not be $1 million here, or 100,000. It should be multiple of that. As a clear case, a clear signal of how serious we're taking this issue. We've had instances, and we all know of them, of crimes in this country where technology could assist in solving the crime. Based on what AG said this morning, we are now understanding that the corporation has not been forthcoming. And so how do you get the corporation? Some may even say it's sad that we have to come to this point of legislating for corporation. But we have no choice. Again, it's a clear commitment, a clear commitment to the people of this country of how seriously we treat this matter of crime and crime management in our country. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the presentation from the AG, the public utterances. As I said, nobody blames service providers. Nobody blames the lack of cooperation. It's the government, or the government knows about crime. And so we're showing to the people of this country that we're not only talking action. We're here this morning in the hallowed halls of the Parliament to take definitive steps to deal with the issue. And service providers, like I said, it's not a threat. It's a clarion call.
Unfortunately, we have to force the corporation.
It's a clarion call for cooperation. Regrettably, we have to come to this point, but again, we are here because of the lack of cooperation. And so I'm hoping that, like the villages in Alberta, 2 weeks ago, we had a robbery in Liberta
I remember that, yes.
with a gun involved. I mean, I'm 62 years old. It's the first time in my life I'm hearing that kind of thing happening in a community. MP Pringle, you are from the same community, and that's not our common history. But just like the AG is asking the big providers to cooperate, the ordinary citizens of Liberta overnight gave the police the footage from the respective domestic cameras. So if they can do this from the domestic level, why are we having a pushback and any kind of resistance from the large corporations who have more sensitive, more sophisticated and more expansive information? Fighting crime cannot be, again, left to a government. It's an all-of-country responsibility. And again, I rose to my feet, having spoken to the previous bill, because I want to draw the attention of the public that this 1-2 approach today of 2 bills, 1-2, is a clear indication, demonstration by this government that we are serious. Criminals, you either reform or know that you will be dealt with the fullest extent of the law. And I really want to commend the MP for all St. Luke for seeing the vision on this one and supporting the passage of this bill. Because again, the safety of Antigua and Barbuda is a shared and common responsibility of all of us. Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you.
Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the honourable member for St. Peter.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to briefly offer my support to this bill. Mr. Speaker, in Antigua and Barbuda right now, and over the past, I'd say over the past 2-3 years, we have a criminal network of persons using cell phones to scam small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Top-up scams, bankrupting small business, placing large orders under the guise of politicians, businessmen inside this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is another tool in the tool belt of the police force of Antigua and Barbuda to go after these type of criminals. Mr. Speaker, the telecommunications providers, they have not been helpful. They have not been helpful, Mr. Speaker. On many occasions, I know for a fact because I was exposed to that type of fraud. And when the officer tried to retrieve the cell phone records from the telecommunications provider, it was a ring around the posy story, up and down. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this. It is a shame that we had to come to this honourable house to put this in law, to get the cooperation of businesses that are making money in this country, not willing to help fight crime in this country. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker, but I am happy that we have this piece of legislation now, this law, to help fight that aspect. So the small businesses out there, Mr. Speaker, who have been suffering for the past couple of years with all these scam calls and big orders. I mean, I remember hearing a gentleman say that he got a call for an order for over $100,000 worth of plants for a business over at Jumbie, for a homeowner over at Jumbie. Somebody calling, pretending to be the manager. And he was struggling, Mr. Speaker, because he just got his nursery up and running. And when he got that call, he was like, this is a godsend from heaven. I'm finally going to get some relief. So the man hired a truck, Mr. Speaker, hired 2 trucks actually, pack up all his plants, went up to High Point, walk up to the security, tell him that he's here to deliver some plants for so-and-so. When the security call over and get the manager, they don't know nothing about that. No such. So the money he wasted hiring people to help him pack, hiring the truck, the man said he just, tears come to his eye up there on the dock. And this is rampant, Mr. Speaker, from top-up scams to fake orders, bankrupting all small business people, Mr. Speaker. So, AG, I am happy that the police now have this new tool in their belt so they can go after criminals on that level. And I support this wholeheartedly, if it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Barbuda.
But this one is the next to perfect one. This is not a bad one. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to this one and to say that I like the fact that you know, we're recognizing that crime is not just what we're accustomed to. It's now digital, it's now sophisticated, and persons are doing a lot of things to modernize crime too, if you want to use that term. And so, Mr. Speaker, we all have these experiences, because I know of a person in Barbuda, Mr. Speaker, and it's amazing how these things are done, that he received a call from a purported service provider saying that, sir, I realize on our system that your phone is giving problems, and we're going to send you a code, and you should do whatever, whatever. I mean, I don't know how they knew the guy had problems with his phone. And so, Mr. Speaker, not knowing any better, he retrieved the code and did what he had to do. And, Mr. Speaker, they took a huge sum from his bank account, almost $30,000. All right? And this was an innocent, purported to be a, you know, whatever, knew his number, knew his name, and so on. Ordinary person. So it's not only businesses that are hurting from this. And so he had to go through a lot of things to get his money back from the bank. I'm not even sure if he got it back yet. One individual, normal individual. All right? So, Mr. AG, this thing is very serious. And so I stand here in full support of this. And for some reason, these service providers in the past, they're just too powerful. And I don't say that with any regret. Extremely powerful. And it is important that they realize under our jurisdiction that everybody falls within the ambit of our laws. And if we have issues like this, not only criminal elements when it comes to bodily harm and so on that, you know, should be covered, but the well-being of persons' finances, persons' businesses, and so on, I think the government is doing quite an admirable thing in coming to the Parliament to ensure that information can be retrieved from them. And you know, Mr. AG, how it works. I mean, there's always these clever advisors that will find some sort of loophole, some sort of issue to try and avoid this. And if we have to come back to the Parliament to strengthen it, I hope that we do. Because at the end of the day, I think it's extremely important. Because it grieves me to see that this electronic thing has become the order of the day, to the point where it's ruined lives, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, you look at Facebook, for example, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you're overwhelmed sometimes with the type of information on that platform, the type of opportunity, misinformation, purported things that can be done. And just in a blink of an eye, everything changes. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Electronic Crime Amendment Bill, this we're dealing specifically with these service providers. I know that we have on the books additional measures to deal with other things electronically. And I think, Mr. AG, we need to also strengthen those too. Because this electronic social media thing has become an extremely volatile situation. As a matter of fact, places like Australia and so on has banned certain age groups from even being on those platforms. And we have to start to look at how we deal with our society with this thing. It's being used maliciously. It's being used to target people personally. It's being used, Mr. Speaker, to destroy our people's characters. And so we have to look at a holistic approach in terms of how we deal with this. I think the UK, they're looking at exploring that same thing that Australia has done, so that we can get a handle on what's happening electronically, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the abuse, especially politicians, you know, and I always look at politicians a particular way, you know. It's like when you go to church, you're a big target. You know, the sermon is about corruption and leaders, you know what I mean? We're the biggest targets, and people don't understand that. Yeah, I mean, they take out, you know what I mean? You have to sit there and grind your teeth and take it. Because they just deal with you as if, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, you know. But you got to be mature in the politics, you know. And when you're in there a long time, You got to be mature and take your blows, you know. But we go through a lot in politics. And so, you know, you on Facebook, don't talk about that. They call you all sorts of names. Mr. City West, you got to be careful because you like to answer back. But, you know, you have to have that tolerance to deal with it, Mr. Speaker. You got to have the tolerance to accept certain things, right? And so my point is when you cross that line, there's a thin line, and when that line is crossed, there must be consequences, right? So persons who feel they can express themselves without consequences, especially when it's libelous, they must realize that the Parliament will take the necessary action in terms of laws to protect persons. Because nowadays it's very easy, you know, people hide behind this thing. They hide behind, you can do all kinds of things. As a matter of fact, they create false accounts. So you don't even know who they are. You understand? And that is why sometimes during the election I don't go on the Facebook thing, you know, because I don't want to see the things that's on there. Because it grieves you to see, Mr. Speaker, the things people can say about you. But I hardly use it unless I'm on my official page, you know? And that's basically just official. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the amendment today and hope that we can further strengthen the electronic crime situation in the other bill to ensure that we can deal with crime. And we understand the criminal elements and they must be stamped out. And we're standing in solidarity with whoever and whatever to ensure that Antigua and Barbuda stays safe, becomes safer, and to ensure that people in Antigua and Barbuda recognize that it's not because it's just the two of us, Mr. Speaker. We've been here before alone, you know, so it's not new. Although we should have been on the other side. But we will do our part to ensure that we support whatever measures necessary to stamp crime out in Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural South.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because as was mentioned by my colleagues previously, I think it demonstrates very clearly to the people of Antigua and Barbuda and to the world really that we're taking a very strong approach to addressing crime. And Mr. Speaker, you know, a lot has been said about the sophisticated nature of crime these days. And with the advent of artificial intelligence, it's becoming almost impossible to discern what is real and what is fake. And the criminals always seem to be one step ahead, 10 steps ahead. And so we as a government need to take the responsible action to arm ourselves and to arm law enforcement with the tools required to really address the sophisticated nature of crime these days. I can disclose, Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago, Sunday, I fell victim to financial crime. I'm not in the same league as you. You know, I don't own a gas station on an island, so we're not in the same league. But I fell victim to financial crime. And so my bank is dealing with it now. And it was such a sophisticated, you know, I got fooled. You understand? And so I welcome this. And, you know, AG, congratulations to you and your team. You have to look at the Minister of Education. Congratulations to you and your team for bringing this to the Parliament. But if there's one thing I'd like to see added to this, AG, and perhaps we can look at it in committee stage, I would love to see a daily penalty included for every day that the service provider or whomever the request is made, for every day that they do not comply with the request, there is a fee that accrues incrementally. Well, you give a particular amount of time to comply, and if after that period no compliance is forthcoming, then you charge daily. Because we need to protect our people, we need to protect society. My colleague from St. Peter spoke about small businesses and I'm saying losses. My mic isn't working. I'm wondering what's going on. You know, most persons simply cannot. Most small businesses cannot absorb the losses that can accrue to them because of financial fraud in particular. And so I fully support this bill. with the one caveat that we include some sort of penalty for non-compliance, daily or monthly or whatever basis. The legal persons can advise. But I think we need to go as far as we can to equip and arm law enforcement in the sophisticated environment within which we now live, where AI is becoming almost indistinguishable from reality. We need to do as much as we can, and I believe this really is a step in the right direction. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Oh, what a day this is, Mr. Speaker. A wonderful day in Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that all parliamentarians here today are of the same mind. We have to put an end to this practice of skillful crooks outsmarting the system. And we heard for the first time this morning, one of our colleagues from Rural South is a victim of what we are trying to do here this morning, today. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the people of this nation have heard this debate. I know that they are aware now of how serious we are in what we do. And, Mr. Speaker, it's all left for me now to ask that this bill be sent to the committee to be considered clause by clause.
Second, Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to amend the Electronic Crimes Act 2013, number 14 of 2013, and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Okay. Clause 1, short title.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please go ahead.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that clause 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of section 18, production order.
AG, one question. Clause 3, number 2. I think we should insert other device or in any other jurisdiction you may have the data stored, something like that. Because the lawyers will be very tricksy in terms of what's in the law. Huh? Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We got that?
What? Hello? Yes.
So you can remove, you can recover it from the cloud and catch all any other device at the end. Because technology continues to evolve. It may be from Mars next.
AG,
Starlink and AI emanating out of Mars.
Did you add the distinction for the ONDCP in the interpretation, as law enforcement, the office?
Actually be recommitted because we just.
Oh, sorry. You already passed that.
So no, actually we recommitted. We can do it. Yeah.
Oh,
Recommit,
okay.
Clause 1 or Clause 2, is it?
Which one is that?
Clause 2.
Clause 2 at the ONDCP as the other law enforcement agency, to make it clear.
You're talking about the act which was passed already?
No, the section.
The section.
He's saying that we need to specify.
Specify the ONDCP.
Okay.
Enforcement
Okay.
officers,
Man, no problem. Okay.
Entities.
All right. So in that case, 18B, a service providers, directors to the police, comma, the office of the ONDCP, or, so you insert that part of it. 18(1)B. You follow?
Yes, I'm following you.
Yes?
So,
Go on.
18.1 in the second line.
They already fall under there.
No. He wants to specify it. What the argument that your colleague is mentioning is that it mentions already or other law enforcement officer, and he thinks other enforcement officer includes the ONDCP.
Well, not officer, but the
So you want it to be explicit,
the police,
right?
ONDCP, or. Okay.
Okay, so there's mention of that in the first clause and 1B.
Exactly.
All right. There's a further suggestion. Especially to the police or other law enforcement agency. Take out officer and put agency, and that will include ONDCP.
Put plural. Agencies.
C's,
You may add more again.
agencies, yes. Yeah, okay.
Did you say authorized or no?
So agencies, and that take Mr. Pringle's concern.
Okay, so we are removing the word officer and replacing it with the word agencies.
That's correct.
18 clause 1 and also 1B at the end.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Higher up too. Yeah.
On the recommendation of the cloud, wouldn't so stored in an electronic system, wouldn't the cloud be captured in the electronic system?
It should be specified. It should be specified.
You want specified?
Yeah, I agree with that. It is so dominant. Turner. Comment.
Argument could be made that this data is stored in the cloud in another jurisdiction or stored in the cloud, wherever the server is located. We just have to make sure that we capture it and not allow the lawyers some wiggle room.
Okay, and this reference to cloud, is that not specific to Apple?
No, cloud storage is not. Cloud storage isn't many suppliers of cloud storage. It's data within the internet sphere, if you want to call it that. It's not actually on a physical device.
That's a very interesting observation, you know, because when I had the conversation with somebody, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, that they specifically told me when you use the word cloud, the connotation
specific
to Apple.
No, because Apple is one of the premier suppliers of cloud storage.
I just said you have to make sure you capture whatever, because
it's like Colgate. We call everything Colgate.
I know. What she's saying, there's something you don't want nothing that you can use and things.
No, cloud storage. There are multiple suppliers of cloud storage. Apple, yeah, which is the same cloud storage.
I see. So you wanted the general situation. You follow?
I'm following you. I'm just trying to find the word to describe. So it's cloud system?
Or you could say any storage device, irrespective of its location.
Stored in an electronic system. Yeah, I mean, that covers it. That covers cloud storage.
Rise of the view that the electronic device covers the cloud system. You don't think so? No. Out of an abundance of caution.
It's not an electronic device.
I know. That's the point they're making.
Right.
You're right.
It is not.
No, it's a system.
It is a space created by electronic devices, but it is not an electronic device.
So it wouldn't be captured in electronic
You're very
system?
technical. Yes.
It's a system. The cloud would be an electronic system, not in a particular device.
Cloud is a program that's created. It is a program for storage.
So if it's the program, it would be covered on the electronic system.
Yes.
That's my view.
That's your interpretation?
Yes.
I mean, I think that's correct. It's a system.
Cloud system. I would be a little bit more specific.
We can put it.
Yeah. Cloud system.
Even though you think it's redundant.
Yeah.
Out of the abundance of caution. And
So
the concern
including any cloud system.
Okay.
Storage system.
Or cloud
Any
service.
cloud storage system.
Cloud storage system.
So any cloud system, any system.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So any cloud system, such as but not limited to.
Don't make it that long. That makes sense. Miss Henry, let me hear what you have, my friend. Could you please put your mic on, please?
Sorry. Okay, so the clause will now read, where any material to which an investigation relates consists of data stored in an electronic system, any cloud storage system, that's the insertion there.
Okay, that's fine.
Disk, cassette, etc.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Is that satisfactory, colleagues?
It's a service.
Okay, good.
Minister Mike.
Is that satisfactory?
He made a valid point. Cloud is a service.
Say again?
Cloud is a service. It's not a system. It's a service. So you use it as a way where you store the additional data for whichever manufacturer, as
So
Honorable Pringle said.
change
So instead of saying
system to
system,
service.
say cloud service.
So it's to change it to service. It's fine. Just change the word systems to service.
So the insertion is any cloud
Cloud
storage
services.
service.
Services, pluralize it. Cloud service, services.
Cloud
What-
storage service.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Comrade Freeland.
Okay. So subclause 2 will now read, where any material to which an investigation relates consists of any data stored in an electronic system, any cloud storage service, cassette, etc.
Clause 3 as amended.
Okay. The question is that clause 3 as amended do act as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
And the title.
Oh, we have a...
Microphone isn't working properly. AG, the recommendation that I'd like to make about a daily penalty for non-compliance. Yeah, I'm not sure what the thinking is by the other members of the House.
Agreed. So
what the rate would be and over what period.
Give you $1,000 a day. Then you get 21 days to provide information.
Well, I'm open to...
So we recommend section 5.
ECR 1,000
Ms. Henry, Ms. Drafter, you did throw me a section. Could you please read it, attach it and read it? The one that you suggested.
Okay, so the insertion will be paragraph C. Paragraph C. So it will say, in the case of a continuing offense, to a further fine not exceeding an amount for each day or part of a day during which the offense is continued after conviction. Conviction. Well, so remember, they commit an offense if they don't comply, so they'll be convicted of that offense. Right. Mm-hmm.
No, but isn't it an offense? Isn't it still an offense for not complying? Hence the reason why you are being charged the additional fee, because you would have given 10 days and because of non-compliance, because you didn't live up to that obligation. Okay.
Where a person convicted of an offense under subsection 5 continues to fail to comply with the production order after conviction, where you ran, after conviction, that person commits a further offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding $5,000 for each day during which the failure continues. Is that after conviction?
After conviction, why do we want to wait until? We don't want to wait until after.
But no.
Because you want to make the request, and if the order is not complied with, right, then is when you start.
Once the order is served on you,
yeah,
and you have a specific date.
That's the point.
Then thereafter you're subject to this.
That's the point.
So could you kindly? Yes. Could you kindly do that for me, please? For conviction is that upon the service of a production order. That's where you begin it. Okay. Upon the service of a production order, if the party upon whom the order is served fails to comply within the specified date,
Are you going to put it in the law or in the regulations?
No, we're putting it in the law.
Okay.
Within the specified date, the defaulter, but you're the drafter, is subject to a fine not exceeding $5,000 for each day during which he fails to comply with the production order. That is the gravamen. That's the whole thrust of what we're trying to achieve here.
That's fine with me.
Okay. All right. No, it could be 5 because it's
Look,
a company.
a fine of $5,000, all right? Fine of $5,000. So then, Mrs. Henry, you and the other drafters would get that together, as we say, at the moment. The order is served, you give a certain number of days.
How many days?
You have 21 days, Prime Minister, maximum. That's too long, but give him 21 days.
3 weeks.
Yes.
Okay, that's fair.
All right?
21 days and then there's a $5,000 per day.
Per day thereafter. Yeah. And that's before conviction, you know. Okay.
And just,
Thank you, Ryan.
No problem. And just to confirm, I do prefer officer because when you're actually serving rather than agency, I do prefer officer because it's actual. Yeah, I do prefer officer rather than agency because it's the actual officer who's going out to handle it. So I think it's best to probably leave it to officer.
So it should be the organization, the business that pays that fine.
Yes.
So you're penalizing both.
Yes, but no, but I was talking about in terms of the two other areas that refer to law enforcement officer. Instead of saying agency, we should actually keep officer because the actual officer is actually the one actually executing the duties.
Okay.
Ms. Henry, could you read what you have for clause 4, please? A magistrate or judge?
Okay, so a magistrate or judge before whom an application is made for a production order or any ancillary order shall A. Take into account 1. The extent and nature of any other information in addition to the data or computer output requested by the police or other law enforcement officer.
What you say? I'm saying
The officer.
leave that.
Yes, that's left.
Okay, but they had made a correction earlier about agency, so I'll just making the clarity to go.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thanks. Let's move on.
So just for clarity, so you want to have a daily penalty before conviction. And
we go back from the amendment. That's where we.
Clause 3 as amended.
The question is that clause 3 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Acknowledge the Attorney General.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 has passed the committee stage with sundry amendments. I move the acceptance of the report of the committee on the bill.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2028 be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye. Third reading, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled be read a third time and passed. And that bill, Mr. Speaker, is the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026. Third time.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Electronic Crimes Act 2013, number 14 of 2013, and for other connected purposes.
Recognize the honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, consistent with the motions passed earlier, consistent with Standing Order 74.3, which deals with the carrying over from the last session of Parliament, I wish to place on the table a bill for act shortly entitled Immigration Passport Amendment Bill 2026.
Yes. I write second motion.
Okay, again, consistent with what we have done so far, Section 74.3 of the Standing Order, we will proceed with those bills that, none of those bills that began in the last session of Parliament. What's that?
Those in favor?
Yes, I'm going there, yeah.
Okay.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the suspension of Standing Order 59A and 63 to enable the House to proceed with the second and third readings of the bill for act shortly entitled Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026.
Right, the second motion.
Mr. Speaker, before general elections 2026, the government announced its intention to grant amnesty. It was a hotly debated issue, as there are those who thought that amnesty meant electioneering. For us, amnesty is about regulating the population and ensuring that all, and regularizing the population. And it came at a time when we were also looking at the census. We did not proceed with it, Mr. Speaker, at that time. But at this time, we bring to the Honourable House a small amendment, only 6 clauses, the effect of which is to give rise to an amnesty in the state of Antigua and Barbuda. There are some key definitions in the Act, Mr. Speaker, which I'd want to read into the Hansard. On the Clause 3, Section 4 or 5A, it speaks to amnesty as an act of pardon done under the authority of the government that gives an illegal immigrant during the amnesty period an opportunity to become legal immigrant lawfully residing in the state of Antigua and Barbuda. It also addresses the definition of the word regularize, which is a process whereby any period during which a person resided illegally in Antigua and Barbuda prior to the grant of amnesty is disregarded, such that that person is no longer liable to suffer any consequence under the Act for the period that he's illegally residing in Antigua and Barbuda. For brevity, Mr. Speaker, I will point out a few of the clauses which I deem to be of interest, especially to those persons affected by this provision. An amnesty is granted to persons who, for a period of 4 years or more, have been residing in Antigua and Barbuda as an illegal immigrant or who would ordinarily qualify for citizenship, except for a lapse of 6 months or more in his or her period of legal residency. In the circumstance, Mr. Speaker, the government announces an amnesty for the period 1st July to 31st August 2026. Persons applying for amnesty must provide a police record from every territory in which the applicant resided for the last 4 years, a processing fee of $500, and a change of status endorsement fee of $150.
That's very reasonable.
So, Speaker, the amendment speaks also to persons who are not eligible. Persons who are not eligible were persons who are deemed to pose a threat to national security or to public safety. Again, you can see this tied into our earlier bills and discussions about the safety of our country. A person who has provided false or misleading information in the application, or is subject to an active deportation order or an international arrest warrant. Again, no room for criminals. Mr. Speaker,
to prevent abuse.
A person who has applied for amnesty on 3 previous occasions also is ineligible, does not or will not qualify for the amnesty extended here and now by the government. The Act is accompanied by a schedule. The persons applying, of course, will be applying through the Chief of Immigration, that is the agency of government responsible for the amnesty. I think, Mr. Speaker, what I mentioned earlier of regularizing the status of a person living in the state must be seen for what it's worth. The government wishes not to have this matter politicized. We're in a Renaissance period, a new era of enlightenment. We can't have a university campus in our country, train our people, yet have our people speak uninformed and unintelligently about matters of national importance. I want to also state, Mr. Speaker, that the bill that we are here today amending provides for the granting of amnesty to persons who are currently illegal in their residence in Antigua and Barbuda and who may wish to have the immigration status regularized. I want to be very clear. Persons who wish to have their status regularized. In other words, we're not forcing persons to become regularized. However, if you decide not to become regularized, if you wish not to be accounted for within the census, with the National Development Trust of this country, I'm sorry, when the amnesty is over, you cannot be expecting any special privileges or considerations. That's the point I'm making. You do not regularize, the immigration department will have to carry out immigration functions of deportation and removal, of course, using the court system that we have before us. So, Mr. Speaker, I think in a nutshell, the gist of this amendment is the announcement of an amnesty running from the period 1st July to 31st August 2026. It lists the persons who are eligible. It identifies persons who are not eligible. It defines what an amnesty is and what it is to regularize one's status in the country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will rest this presentation, allowing for debate by this Honourable House, if it pleases you.
Pardon? I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and Member for All Saints East and St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again. And I rise to make my contribution to the Immigration and Passport Amendment. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I understand what the government is seeking to do with this amendment, I have to raise a few concerns based on what was presented. Because if we look at the amnesty period, from July 1st to August, it's 3 months. Now, we're in June. July starts in roughly 2 weeks. And if according to what I would have heard from the Director General of Communication since January of 2026 in regards to this amnesty, and the reason behind the amnesty where it's to facilitate the shortfall in the workforce and also to bring compliance in regards to the status of individuals who would have found themselves in a position of not being legally staying in Antigua and Barbuda. But, Mr. Speaker, my first question to the member and concern to the member for St. Paul, as he puts forward this bill, is that what mechanism was used to arrive at the cost associated with
the amnesty. Because if, according to the Director General, persons would have fallen out of grace with their status, is because of financial constraints, what mechanism was used? And that is Section 2. The applicant shall, and A state, be submitted at the Immigration Department during the amnesty period beginning the 1st July 2026 to 31st August 2026. And B, be accompanied by 1, a police report from every territory in which the applicant resided for the last 4 years. 2, a processing fee of $500 and the change of status endorsement fee of $150. It is my concern, and I'm quite sure the concern of many others, to understand how did the government reach to that fee based on the, according to the Director General of Communication, the hardship that persons would have found themselves in. How are we sure that this fee would be reached by those persons we're trying to assist? Because I guess this is a way of assisting individuals to become compliant. So again, we understand amnesties are not new to us here in Antigua and Barbuda. There was one in 1998, and it's also another concern I want to raise. In 1998, there was an amnesty. No figures were released on the number of persons were regularized. 2003, again, no figures released on the number of persons. 2015, it was stated over 5,000 persons were regularized. In 2022, it was stated that 1,200 to 2,000 persons were regularized. And 2026, again, there is no information regarding how the process would be done. And again, I'm getting somewhat of a contradiction between what the Director General would have mentioned in terms of persons falling out of grace or trying to assist those persons, or 2, trying to provide get individuals to be able to fulfill the shortage of employees that employees that we're faced with in Antigua and Barbuda. Because my challenge with that, what strategies are used to determine the shortage of employment? And we need to get these persons regularized so that they can take up the level of employment that is out there. Because I asked this morning about the labor market survey, and that was the reason to find out how it is the government is coming up with these, making these decisions, what it is they're using to guide them in the decision-making process along the way. So the member for St. Paul, you can enlighten me on that. Also, going through the bill, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any parliamentary reporting
I think that it should be mandated within this bill that the minister, within 6 months of the amnesty, present a report to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, now, not having that level of oversight, and again, there is not an oversight body or an appeals body for individuals who are deemed ineligible, for them to appeal to in help clarifying the reason why they would have been denied or not been eligible for the amnesty. I think that mechanism needs to be inputted in this bill so that in the case of a person being denied, they can appeal not to the minister, not to the chief immigration officer, who are already a part of the process, but an independent body that can help to get more information on behalf of the person. So, Mr. Speaker, and there's another concern of mine as it relates to section 'cause it has to deal with section 24B, where it states that a person who has applied for amnesty on 3 previous occasions shall not qualify for amnesty under section 24. I'm not understanding the reasoning behind the 3-strike rule, because in my view, having this 3-strike rule is fostering the notion of persons being out of grace based on the fact that they can do it again. Well, even if it was granted to you, so it's just that application. Once you get 3, if you would have done 3 amnesty, according to this, a person who has applied for amnesty on 3 previous occasions shall not qualify for amnesty under section 24A. So why give them 2 more opportunities to do so? And again, it's not about not being caring. It's about having persons looking at this opportunity to be in compliance with the requirements of living in Antigua and Barbuda. Because in my view, it's a privilege being granted to you. So it should be valued in such a way that once given amnesty one time, one should not ever have the need for it to happen again. So we'll do whatever it takes to maintain their status in Antigua and Barbuda. So I am not sure, member for St. Paul, if it is that you want to give 3 times to apply for amnesty, or it should state, if granted amnesty, you are not eligible for another amnesty within a particular period of time. So it helps, Mr. Speaker, to encourage individuals to remain compliant rather than knowing that an amnesty is coming some other time and I can apply for it then. So it's not that you don't want persons to be in compliance. And it's not that you want persons to avoid coming in. And that's the reason why I also mentioned the fee. Because if you want persons to become legal, the fee must be of such that they're able to afford it. Because in the event that they can't afford it, they're not going to come in to try and access this. So again, Mr. Speaker, not trying to nitpick on the whole process of the amnesty, because I understand the importance for persons to be in status, so to speak, or to have status. But we have to look at it seriously, that giving them 3 opportunities to do so, we are not facilitating persons falling out of status. Because if I get 1 opportunity, that opportunity should be the opportunity of a lifetime, and I don't want to lose it. So I hope that we can consider looking at that when the bill reaches to the committee stage. And I also hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can also, Mr. AG and the drafters, if the definition of national security or public safety, if we do not need to put a specific definition for what constitutes a threat to national security, while the bill establishes the posing a national threat or public safety makes an individual ineligible for the amnesty. So you clearly state what it is that the person who would have been considered a national threat. Anything else? Because the bill would have covered the request for police records. I know I have some persons, and they would have had an extensive period in obtaining a police record from another jurisdiction. I'm not sure if 3 months is adequate time for that. So, you know, I am yet to be educated by the information that is before the member for St. Paul and the government, so that we can be further informed as to, when you look at the period of time, if there is sufficient time for persons to get the relevant documentation coming from another jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I don't intend to be long. I just want to highlight the concerns that I would have placed on the table for us to review in regards to allowing individuals 3 opportunities, rather than give them the opportunity, and if there's a situation that arises, they can make application to a board or a tribunal to look at it further as we go forward, rather than having persons sitting, not coming in because they are falling out of status and they want the opportunity and they can't get the opportunity, so they wait for the amnesty period again. So I'm not sure if it is that we are looking at it in that perspective. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words on this amnesty, I rest the case here, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the other member for Barbuda.
Mr. Speaker, I won't be long. I always will support amnesty, Mr. Speaker, but it would be interesting and very informative for a comprehensive report every once in a while to be brought to this Parliament. You did? Yeah, yeah. And I think, and a cumulative report as well, so that we can see over time what has happened in terms of when we grant these amnesties, what the composition of our population look like, etc., etc. And even more detailed one of these days, Mr. Speaker, one of these times that we can have a sort of break. I'm not sure the report. You saw the report? No. I'm not sure how it's compiled. But it would be interesting to see exactly the composition of it in terms of the different nationalities that would have been a part, or persons from different islands that would have taken part in the process. And Mr. Speaker, I do agree that we should definitely, what section is it?
Section 2483.
Yeah, section 24. Either 24(2)(b). Information subject to deportation and a person. Section 24, subsection 2. Right? I don't think it sends the right message from us. Right? So either we take it out or we just, and we can always, when we come to the Parliament to do amnesty, we can always do what we have to do. The 3 years. Right, so I do agree with that. So if we can take that out, that would be, other than that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a good opportunity to, every once in a while, have these things to regularize people. I think what this bill is saying is that you have an opportunity to regularize your status. That is basically what we're saying. There's no reason afterwards to be legal in the country. There's a process, a form to do it, etc., etc. No, because it depends on how you're doing it. It depends on what you're doing, how you're doing it. And the timing. Now, if you're giving non-nationals an opportunity to come and regularize, I don't see any problem with it. Because there's still a qualification period for certain other things to happen. All right? So we're saying that you come, you're legal, you deal with it. And also it's an opportunity when you do the census as well to capture people. Because I always think that these censuses, at least the last few of them that were done, I mean, A, for effort, but was not comprehensive enough in terms of the amount of persons that were captured. And I think this can help, because nobody would need to hide or not be a part of it, etc. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, very few times I'll come and say this is not a good thing. Pardon? Yeah, and that's my point, So if you know that you have, you're legalized, you would be more prone to participate in the census situation, Mr. Speaker. Right? So I give my support to this based on the fact that it's trying to do an honorable thing and not necessarily try to get some kind of advantage politically at that time when they normally do it. That's what it's normally done. And I hope people... well, Mr. Speaker, the fun thing about it, it was circulated before, so the carrot was there before the election. All right?
In the actual email, the date was different.
The date was different too, right? So it was a carrot. But now I think, it's something that we can all accept. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I support this and hope that we can move forward quickly and ensure that a report comes back to the Parliament. A cumulative report, comprehensive report showing exactly how our population has changed as a result of some of these measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Recognize the Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as anticipated, support for the bill. a few observations which are fair, a few which also would leave lingering questions. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, on the comment from the leader opposition, or by the leader opposition, in tying and twinning comments by about the shortage of workforce and compliance. You should not see them in that way. See them for what they really are. They both have relationship or relations to the amnesty. It's not that we are saying that the amnesty will determine the shortfall, because persons will come from outside the country to work once the shortfall is established. The amnesty, of course, with persons becoming regularized, tells you more about the skill sets you have available, and therefore sets the stage to determine how many persons additional you need from outside the jurisdiction. So see them for what they're really worth. The whole question of the 90 days, or sorry, the 24-2, the idea of the person that you call it 3 strikes rule, I think, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, that nothing turns on that particular clause. It can be expunged when we go to committee stage, and that will be a recommendation. Chat here on this side, Prime Minister indicated that, in his opinion, that's a clause that can be expunged. So we have no difficulty with that one. You asked about justification for the cost structure of a process fee of $500 and a change of status endorsement fee of $150. And you made it sound like persons applying are being overcharged, and we are sure that they can afford these charges. But at the same time, you spoke about the privilege that one enjoys being given status in our country. I'm from the view that the Immigration Department should not be using its current budget to do the amnesty. That those persons who are applying for amnesty, the fees they pay should very well cover the additional costs. You made reference to the period, extend the period from 2 months to 3 months. I think that is fair, because we take into account take on board the issue of the police records that are required, and sometimes the delays you have in that. So I'm sure when we go to committee stage, we'll agree that we move it from July 1 to September 30th to account for that extended period. But at the same time, you'd appreciate, Member Paulson, Eastern St. Luke, that this condensed period of 90 days will require additional man hours on the part of the Immigration Department. And this process should be a process that covers itself, pays for itself. I mean, apology for that. We should not be going to the Treasury to find resources to pay for an amnesty. The amnesty itself should be, self-supporting. The other point you made about an oversight, an amnesty report in 6 months to come to the Parliament. I don't know what's magical about six months. I do agree that a report should come to the Parliament once the process. No, but you're very specific. You want it in 6 months. So I don't know what's magic about 6 months. But I heard the Prime Minister in the crosstalk confirming that we will get a report to the Parliament of the outcome of the amnesty. So again, the whole question of being responsible, accountable to the people, we have to give these reports. If you even look at the whole question of the amnesty tied to the census, we must give a report in order for it to have, that kind of holistic reporting mechanism put in place. The other point you made, sorry, Mr. Leader Opposition, is about the oversight committee for persons who are deemed ineligible. I don't subscribe to that. The Immigration Department must be allowed to do their work. It's a part of our security tapestry. You can't just go and put people willy-nilly to provide oversight to the Immigration Department. Anytime we feel they're not doing the job, move them. I think we have come to that stage in our national development that when persons don't function, you move them from their offices, because we're seeking to have departments and officers perform optimally. I have every confidence that the Immigration Department, having done the last amnesty in 2022, have the capacity to undertake this amnesty in the 90-day period where we're recommending shortly, from 60 to 90 days, and we'll do so effectively. So I don't subscribe to the notion of them.
And a
of
point
us.
of elucidation, Mr. Speaker, if the member would allow it.
Allow it.
It's not.
We're non-contentious.
It's not the ability of individuals to perform their duties, but if it is that you're dealing with the minister and the chief immigration officer, and if they together, working together, because the minister and the chief immigration officer is under the same ministry, I believe there should be some recourse for the individuals if they're not comfortable, because the minister would be the highest body and he himself is already a part of it. So if it is that someone can make representation on behalf of that individual, it should not be to the minister or the chief immigration officer.
I hear you loud and clear, but what we're doing here, I can see easily in our culture, politicization of the immigration process.
That's correct.
Because who comes to represent someone who is challenging the immigration authority? And if you do that for persons denied amnesty, should you not be allowed to do that for somebody denied an extension? It's the same immigration department. You open Pandora's box that you can't close. So I think we should allow the immigration department to do their work, trust the judgment, and to the extent that we are satisfied, I think that the process will flow as it's designed to. Again, I take confidence in the fact that the same immigration department with the same chief of immigration would have presided over the last amnesty, and there were no, I wouldn't say major, but there are absolutely no hiccups, no challenges to the decisions made. If you look at it, who are the persons in the act, the amendment, the persons who are deemed ineligible are clearly stated in law. So it's not even discretionary. It's a legal arrangement. Persons who pose a threat to national security and safety, public safety, persons who make false declarations in the applications, or persons who are subject to deportation order or international arrest warrants. Those are as clear as you can get them. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the members for their contributions. The point made by the member for Barbuda about his view of persons participating once they're regularized, it is clearly why we're here too. We want to make sure the process of the census happens and happens with aplomb, where every person is accounted for. You're planning a modern economy. You're planning a Renaissance period. And so we need to know how many classrooms we need to build, how many more hospital beds we need to have, how many more jobs we need to create on an annual basis, people leaving school. This is what this does. It allows the government the tool, a very important tool, to plan the development of our country. And so I want to thank you, questions included, concerns also, for your support for the bill, because it tells me that in this House, we are on the same page when it comes to the development of Antigua and Barbuda and the government's mission of really building a society where we can account for each and every citizen or resident. We're now in hurricane season. This becomes so important. We need to know how many persons are in these, affected by this particular legislation. And so, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I think that I just want to say thanks again to the members who contributed to the debate, and I wait for us to go to the committee stage. Of course, we go to committee stage with the bill clause by clause. I'm sorry.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to amend the Immigration and Passport Act 2014 and for other connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that clause 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 24A, grant of amnesty.
Mr. Chair, with respect, on behalf of the Minister, on behalf of the Minister, Section 2A, the period should be from the 1st of July 2026 to 30th of September 2026, and not 31st of August 2026. 3 months.
Clause 3 as amended.
The question is, that Clause 3 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, insertion of Section 24B.
The question is that Clause 4.
Yes, all right. Yes, Mr. Chair, 24B2, we are removing 2 from it. In other words, a person who is subject to amnesty for 3 weeks, we're taking that out. We're expunging that, sir. So that will have only 1 section. We're expunging 2. 24B2, expunged. That reads, a person who has applied for amnesty on the application shall not qualify for amnesty. We're taking that part of it out entirely. Yes.
Section 4 is amended.
Clause 4 as amended.
The question is that Clause 4 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, insertion of Schedule 8.
The question is that Clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, commencement.
The question is that Clause 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through committee stage with sundry amendments. I move the adoption of the report of the committee on this bill.
Right to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Right to second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
An act to amend the Immigration and Passport Act 2014 and for other connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I move by way of motion, Mr. Speaker, that the order paper be amended as follows. Under 16, Mr. Speaker,
16.
We expunge from the record today 16B. Two bills are there stated, Mr. Speaker. One a voluntary bill of indictment and the other one a plea of negotiations. That is expunged from the order paper today. And that follows on the C as well. And Mr. Speaker, on the subsection 16D, E, and F, we expunge the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026. The items mentioned just before, Mr. Speaker, will be done on the next sitting of Parliament. And also, Mr. Speaker, we also want to add under the heading motions, we want to add the resolution, Mr. Speaker, relating Mr. Turner to the declaration for the acquisition of 0.05 acres of land, of land for a public purpose. So those are the amendments to be made to the order paper. The expungement of the matter referred to and the addition of resolution just circulated. Mrs. Okay, yes. Talk to him, sir.
Second.
You present. Turner. All right, you can read it and you explain then.
All right. Mr. Speaker, may I report that, sir?
At least this one for sure.
I had actually spoken, Mr. Speaker, about expunging from the record the advanced passenger information and that bill. I was informed by my friend, chairman of the party, and the members in St. Paul, and from the chief parliamentary council, that it is absolutely vital that that bill be done today.
Which one it is?
16E, 2, and 16F. The Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026. I therefore withdraw the rest of it, Mr. Speaker, and we put this bill for debate now. And you second the motion?
Second motion, Mr. Speaker.
Don't forget to reserve the right to speak.
How long that's going to be?
I can abbreviate it.
Okay.
It's all non-contentious. I'll abbreviate it.
So you knock it off.
Advantage.
I'll abbreviate it.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Paul. The microphone, please.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and state, for starters, that this is a non-controversial bill. It is a bill which seeks to bring Antigua and Barbuda in the realm of modern arrangements,
Category 1 status.
and of course the Category 1 state of our airport.
Oh, yes.
This bill seeks to repeal the Advanced Passenger Information Act of 2016.
It's important, yeah.
It forms part of a wider CARICOM construct. And, Mr. Speaker, it does a couple of things which I will quickly highlight for the benefit of the House. The bill deals with the issue of sharing of information on passengers, ensuring that passengers on flights to and through Antigua and Barbuda, to include transit passengers, are accounted for in the online portals.
Right.
It calls for the establishment of a passenger information unit.
Right.
It is something new within the construct. And for the benefit of the members of the House and the public, this new passenger information unit will comprise of a senior immigration officer, nominated by the chief immigration officer, a senior officer of the police force, appointed or nominated by the police commissioner, a senior customs officer, nominated by the comptroller, an officer of the Department of Information Technology, responsible for data protection, nominated by my colleague Minister of Information Technology, and 3 other officers appointed from law enforcement, including customs, immigration, and that will be done after consultation with the Minister. It also calls, Mr. Speaker, and as I promised you brevity, I'm scanning it very quickly. It calls for the creation also of an office by the name of Data Protection Officer. The Data Protection Officer will report to the competent authority. I should have mentioned this, that the competent authority here is the Chief Immigration Officer, in accordance with the relevant national enactments. And the Data Protection Officer will, among other things, operate independently and autonomously in performing his or her duties, free from any conflicts of interest, and for the purpose of this, shall have direct access to the highest levels of management within the competent authority and the CARICOM impacts. So it details the role and function of this new officer. So the government in the Ministry of, or the Immigration Department will now have to set up these new constructs to respond to this new and emerging situation. The Speaker, it speaks about the restriction and disclosure of data and document by the competent authority. It addresses the whole issue of the advanced passenger information and passenger name record access, where it also has penalties attached. The one thing I'd ask in committee stage that we address those fines and have them reflected in Eastern Caribbean dollars, since they're all reflected here on pages 22, 26, 27, 28, 29, 36, reflecting United States currency. Ours is a internationally recognized currency, and I think all bills in this Parliament are reflected in the EC currency. The bill also deals, Mr. Speaker, with the duty to transmit the advanced passenger information. So again, it's a networking of the immigration officers or officials across the region, and they share information to ensure that there is integrity within the movement of people, passengers through and to our respective destinations. It is accompanied by 6 schedules dealing with issues, and I just quickly capture the heads of the schedules. Timelines for electronic submission of PNR data by the master, because the master of these aircrafts have some responsibilities within the context of the bill. It deals with passenger name record, data elements. It tells you how long these passenger records must be stored. It's up to 7 years. Even after 7 years, where there are files related to ongoing cases, they cannot be discarded. They have to be kept for the purpose of continuing an investigation or any trials. The 3rd schedule deals with advanced passenger information data, elements and embarkation, disembarkation data. Schedule 4, Mr. Speaker, deals with the time frame for submission of the advanced passenger information and the embarkation and disembarkation data. It's a pretty thorough piece of legislation where Schedule 5 talks about the timelines for electronic submission by the captain or the agent of the aircraft. So the agent of the aircrafts also have a responsibility for reporting within the context of this new amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, again, in short, what this act seems to do, or this amendment seeks to do, is to really bring our passenger information systems into modernity, bring in that, as I said earlier, it's also a CARICOM-wide construct, making sure that there's information sharing between the respective agencies and authorities covering the airspace of our Caribbean civilization. I think, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, I would have kept my promise of brevity with respect to what this act, Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill, contains. If it pleases you.
Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, obviously there's no debate. I will want to encourage members of the House to take time to go through this bill, its entirety in detail, for what it really represents for the modernization of the subject matter. I would at this stage, therefore, recommend this to a committee of the whole House to be studied clause by clause.
So we only do UAE.
It has been moved and seconded. The bill shortly entitled the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act 2016 to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from the transitioning through Antigua and Barbuda, in accordance with the international best practices and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation framework governing and relating to the implementation and operationalization of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger and Crew Information System, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, and for other incidental and related.
The question is that Part 1, which includes clauses 1, question is that Part 1, which includes clauses 1 through 3, do stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, administrative, clauses 4 through 7.
The question is that Part 2, administrative, inclusive of clauses 4 through 7, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, common provisions for advanced passenger information and passenger name record, clauses 8 through 15.
The question is that Part 3, inclusive of clauses 8 through 15, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, API operating provisions, clauses 16 through 21.
The question is that Part 4, inclusive of clauses 16 through 21, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, PNR operating provisions, clauses 22 through 35.
The question is that Part 5, inclusive of clauses 22 through 35, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 6, administrative penalties, clauses 36 through 47.
The question is that Clause 6, inclusive of, at Part 6, inclusive of clauses 36 through 47, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, exchange of PNR data with other participating states, clauses 48 through 50.
The question is that Part 7, inclusive of clauses 48 through 50, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 8, miscellaneous, clauses 51 through 56.
The question is that Part 8, inclusive of clauses 51 through 58, 56, sorry, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule 1 through 6.
The question is that Schedule 1 through 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 has passed through committee stage without amendments.
Yes, the second motion.
Sorry, adoption.
I move the adoption. Yeah.
Speaker, I move the adoption, of the report of the committee on this bill. You're quick.
Right, the second motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, with the ayes having it, I beg to move that this bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
An act to repeal and replace the Advanced Passenger Information Act 2016 to make provision for the collection, transmission, sharing, storage, and regulation of advanced passenger information and passenger name record in respect of persons traveling to, departing from the transition through Antigua and Barbuda in accordance with international best practices and to enhance the national and regional regulatory regimes and institutional cooperation framework governing and relating to the implementation and operationalization of the CARICOM Advanced Passenger and Crew Information System, subject to international standards and national legislation governing data protection and data privacy, and for other incidental and related matters.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker,
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
I would wish, Mr. Speaker, to repeat, as I said before, with respect, Mr. Speaker, to 16B, the areas dealing with two bills, the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2026 and the Plea Negotiations and Agreement Bill 2026. Those, Mr. Speaker, will be expunged and dealt with at the next sitting of the Parliament. And my friend would second the motion.
I do, sir.
It has been moved and seconded that according to Section 16B, that the two bills listed there, the Voluntary Bill of Indictment Bill 2026 and the Plea Negotiations and Agreement Bill 2026, be expunged from this order paper and be dealt with at the next sitting of Parliament. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me apologize. The attachment addendum is not here, but notwithstanding, it's almost standard operating procedure insofar as compliance with the multilateral competent authority agreement is concerned. This is to ensure that we're in full compliance with the international money laundering, terrorism financing, as well as proliferation regime. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, is as follows. Whereas the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364, provides in Section 3, subsection 1, inter alia, that where a treaty to which Antigua and Barbuda becomes a party is one which affects or concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda with any international organization, agency, association, or similar body, such treaty shall not enter into force with respect to Antigua and Barbuda unless it has been ratified or approved in accordance with the provisions of the Act. And whereas Antigua and Barbuda is a party to the agreement establishing the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on automatic exchange of financial account information and has signed the addendum to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on an automatic exchange of financial account information, which was done on the 31st day of March 2026 in St. John's, Antigua. And whereas the addendum to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on automatic exchange of financial account information is a multilateral agreement which is governed by international law and concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda with any international organization, agency, association, or similar body. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the addendum to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement, automatic exchange of financial account information, the text of which is attached, unfortunately it is not attached, here too, as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 3, subsection 1 of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Mr. Speaker, again, we are part of this treaty framework, and there's an addendum to it. And just to give further effect to the exchange of information, again, we have no option but to comply. This is about the exchange of information. So, you know, we're required to sign at least, I think the minimum is 20 of these exchange of information agreements. We're in compliance from that standpoint. In fact, there will be a mutual evaluation done in 2027. And from time to time, we have to come here to make sure that all of the necessary resolutions and so on have been passed in this House, and to make sure that the amendments to the various laws, that we continue to make those amendments so that when the mutual evaluation takes place next year, that we are found to be compliant, or at least largely compliant. So, Mr. Speaker, I recommend this resolution to this Honourable House for its consideration.
Second motion, Mr.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the addendum to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement, automatic exchange of financial account information, the text of which is attached herein as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Will there be any debate on this motion? Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the addendum to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement, automatic exchange of financial account information, the text of which is attached hereto as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. All in favour, say aye. Contrary-wise, nay. The ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, having added to the motion list the documents circulated today with respect to the acquisition of the land, I hereby, Mr. Speaker, ask that I be allowed to move this motion in light of the necessity of the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution to approve the Cabinet's decision that a portion of land at St. Mary's Street be acquired for public purpose, namely the construction and establishment of a secure access and exit route and related public infrastructure serving the National Performing Arts Centre. And, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, sir, I will read the resolution. It reads thus. Whereas Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act provides that if the Cabinet considers that any land should be acquired for public purpose, they may, with the approval of this House legislature, cause a declaration to that effect to be made by the Secretary of the Cabinet in the manner provided by this section, and the declaration shall be conclusive evidence that the land to which it relates is required for a public purpose. And I want to commend my Chief Parliamentary Clerk and Counsel, Ms. Thomas, and her team for a job well done within 24 hours getting this thing ready for this morning's discussion. And whereas Cabinet, at its meeting held on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, considered that 0.08 portion of land within 0.12 acre situated on St. Mary's Street in the parish of St. John's, and more particularly described in the body of the schedule hereto, should be acquired for public purpose, namely the construction and establishment of a secure access and exit route and related public infrastructure serving the National Performing Arts Centre, and whereas Section 3 of the Land Act provides that the approval of legislation required to cause a declaration to be made by the Secretary of the Cabinet that the said portion of land measuring 0.05 acre of the 0.12 acre parcel be acquired for public purpose, now therefore be it resolved, my friends, that this House of Parliament approves that the declaration be made by the Secretary of the Cabinet as considered by the Cabinet decision referred to hearing and pursuant to Section 3 of the Act in terms of the schedule attached hereto to acquire 0.05 acre of land described in the schedule for public purpose. These are attached, Mr. Speaker, to this resolution. And I'm going to ask the member for St. Peter, who is charged with responsibility of putting into effect this particular project, Mr. Speaker, to advance and to explain the necessity for the public purpose for which this land is being acquired. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask that this matter be open for debate. Second.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the
read.
Oh, yes, there has to be read first. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House of the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda approves that a declaration be made by the Secretary to the Cabinet as considered in the Cabinet decision referred to herein and pursuant to Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 233, in the terms of the schedule attached hereto, to acquire 0.05 acre portion of the land, of the parcel of land described in the said schedule for public purpose. Yes? I acknowledge the member for St. Peter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this resolution to acquire this parcel of land. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that I learned when I was growing up. It says, without vision, the people perish. And Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that the performing arts in Antigua and Barbuda does not perish, this administration, being led by our Prime Minister, has made a decision that we will transform the Deluxe Theatre into the Performing Arts Theatre of Antigua and Barbuda. And Mr. Speaker, it is a very big step we're taking here in Antigua and Barbuda. Right now, under construction is the build-out of this facility on High Street. We are transforming that space, Mr. Speaker, into an 875-seat international theatre. international theatre, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have consulted with consultants as far as the UK and the US in terms of a purpose-built facility. We've had consultations with the performing arts sector here in Antigua and Barbuda, the dancers, the pan players, the singers, everyone who would use this space, even the disabled persons within Antigua and Barbuda, we've consulted with them, Mr. Speaker. So we're ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that when this facility is completed, that it will be a purpose-built and it will fit the needs of our performing arts sector in Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, we gutted the entire building. We changed the configuration of the floors. We established a stage area that would rival any facility in the Caribbean. We have multiple dressing rooms, full digital display screens. So on the back of that performing arts, we have a 5-meter by 10-meter display. You multiply by 3, you get 15. So it's 15 by 30, a large screen, Mr. Speaker. And then on both sides, we have larger screens that would display what's going on. Mr. Speaker, we had lighting consultants come in. So when the space is lit, if there's a performance taking place and you want to tie the light show into the music, that will also be possible. We have modeled the space in terms of sound, 3-dimensional sound. So we know when we install a particular type of speaker in a particular type of location, we will get maximum coverage within the arena and high quality sound, Mr. Speaker. We have insulated that building. Before, when you were inside that space and you would clap your hand, you hear that echo? In the Deluxe Theatre now, when somebody hits a hammer, you clap your hand, you hear almost nothing. We are taking every step, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this facility is top-notch. Now, this facility is not only going to be used for the National Theatre. It will host the opening ceremony of Shogam. And in order to ensure that we meet certain security requirements and housing our dignitaries, we've had to make some purchases, and we're now making some acquisition of lands that surround the facility, because it will house now 875 persons. Exit and entry has to be taken into consideration for safety reasons. So we have acquired the glorious building that is next door, which would house concessionary and bathroom and a fully functioning recording studio. And this portion of land we are seeking to acquire. What we want to do with this land, Mr. Speaker, is to house below ground a purpose-built sewage treatment facility. Again, you can't have 875 persons in a building. You're going to generate, our calculations are that we will generate about 20,000 gallons during that day of waste, liquid waste, that needs to be treated. So with this space, the entire ground floor of this space, below ground, will be a sewage treatment and a holding facility that will deal with the sewage that is being generated. On top of that, we will have a purpose-built VIP entrance and exit to the facility. So when we have dignitaries, when we have functions, you would enter the Deluxe Theatre from that section. And then above that, what we plan to do is to have a purpose-built management facility where you'd have some offices that would manage the entire Deluxe Theatre operation, and a small, what do they call it, the ballerina dancers, where they can do their ballet with their lines and their mirrors and things like that. So, Mr. Speaker, a dance studio. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're building here in Antigua and Barbuda, I mean, I am proud that I was given the charge to lead this build-out. I mean, for me, it's ironic because I can remember when I was in university, as a university student studying architecture, my thesis project was a theatre of performing arts in Clarendon in Jamaica. And I was to be charged with the responsibility here to deliver it for my people in actual structure. I mean, I feel that sense of pride, and I just hope that this space will be used like how it is meant to be used, and that we will take pride that in the Eastern Caribbean, we have a facility that no other country can rival in terms of capacity, technology, the build-out that we're doing. I mean, Mr. Speaker, it is top-notch. So I am asking for the House to fully support this acquisition of this land because it is definitely for public purpose, it's for a good purpose. And I ask the members to consider this favorably, if it pleases you.
Acknowledge the Leader of the Opposition, Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my short contribution on this motion. And Mr. Speaker, again, I'm quite sure you would have seen the time that we received this resolution. However, I think when these resolutions are coming to the House, or whenever Cabinet would have made these decisions, that some information should have been disseminated to us as parliamentarians, so we have a little bit more background information on the situation than what we're hearing in this Parliament now. Because, again, for me, and I'm quite sure for many Antiguans and Barbudans, land is wealth. We are not open to the discussions that would have taken place. We represent people and we believe in fairness to people. So it would have been great for us to have a little bit more information as to where the negotiation went with the owners, as to why we're here in Parliament publicly acquiring that parcel, that the government is going to subdivide the land to take peace from the owners. The intentions can be all well and good. But what's the value? Are the owners comfortable? Is it a forced situation on the owners? Because we don't have all this information. And again, Mr. Speaker, I can't come inside this Parliament and support something, as good as it sounds, but then people outside hurting. And member for St. Peter and the member for City South. It's not every situation in which these lands that are compulsory acquired, that the owner would have been compensated in a timely manner. So again, we don't know anything surrounding this plot of land. We're just seeing it for the first time, and it's difficult for me to stand here in support of this acquisition, compulsory acquisition of that portion of land. So I cannot relate to exactly what how the land is, not even an evaluation. And I think that is something that should have been attached so that persons are comfortable that those persons whom would have lost that aspect of their land is not lesser off than before. Because I think it's important to share the information. Was the owners contacted? Did they refuse to sell? Why take peace? Why, these are information that we should have had before us, Mr. Speaker, even at the last minute, so that we can scan through quickly and get an understanding of what it is. Because again, we heard all about the transformation. And we were quite very, what should I say? We look at it as a way of helping out our good friend here. in terms of the Deluxe Cinema. And I don't have to say who it is, but you know, he's my friend, Mr. Speaker. But again, on a more serious note, I think information as it relates to the value and so forth should have been provided to us so that we can, you know, have some level of background information as it relates to these compulsory acquisition, rather than seeing them in Parliament and the government side would want us to support. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to land, I can't support the government taking away anybody's land without having information before me. So Mr. Speaker, I can't support this resolution as is, not having information.
It is absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, beyond question, that this acquisition is most important. You see? Oh, sorry.
I recognize the member for St. Mary's South.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, members on the other side. It would be remiss of me to not stand up and support this resolution. As you know, Performing Arts Centre forms a major part of the Ministry of Sports and the creative industry. This is a creative investment in our culture, and as you know, we have to preserve our culture. So this is quite important for the people, socially and economically. It would serve as a permanent home for the nation's creative talent while preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. Let me point out some of the importance of having a creative, a performing arts center in Antigua and Barbuda. One, it develops talent. It will become a ground, a school to develop our talents, the talents of our culture. It will become a home for calypsonians, soca artists, dancing, theater, and so forth. With this Performing Arts Center, me myself now, I'm actually quite interested in singing. I'm not a great singer, but with a home to sing, I want to now sing. And as you know, members of the cabinet also, we also have a few singers in the cabinet as well, and I would like to be one of those. This is how important having a performing arts center. It creates and revive the culture that is lost. This is quite important, not just for Antigua and Barbuda, but it's important for the region. Because we could have competitions, we could have, you've heard about America has talent. Have you heard about Antigua has talent? We do have talent. But what we have to do, we have to make sure that we create that platform so that our talented folks have a place where they could train and they could become way better at the skills that are given to them by God. You could invite people from overseas. We could have workshops. We could have all sort of things to continue the build out of our culture in Antigua and Barbuda. I know that sometimes the oppositions, they do find just the smallest point to try and derail progress in their own country. When you're going to discuss a matter of, it's not the size of the land that is important, it's the value that it brings to Antigua and Barbuda, creating a performing arts center. But here we are standing where the leader of the opposition, the Honorable Jamal Pringle, point out the smallest factor to try and derail such a progress for Antigua and Barbuda. This brings economic growth. It brings economic growth to Antigua and Barbuda. It brings, outside of economic growth, It brings social and economic development to our Twin Island state. It helps people from All Saints East and St. Louis. It helps people from St. Mary's South. It helps people from all the 17 constituencies in Antigua and Barbuda. So when you're going to pick out the finest point to try and derail the train, talking about land and how the land has been acquired, the bigger picture here is how important this is for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. How important it is for us to preserve our culture. As you know, we have conversations about Calypso. We could have a training area to train the Calypsonians where they can have workshops. All year round. For the soca artists, where we can have workshops all year round. Where we could even have judging seminars and so forth, so we could continue to build out our product, our cultural product in Antigua and Barbuda. This is how important this is. Competitions, event, this would be also a heavy driving force factor in our GDP, in creating more national income. Because when we go regional, it becomes a revenue, an inflow of cash into our economy, further helping the people of Antigua and Barbuda, generating opportunity, creating jobs. It also enhances the tourism culture. What are we going to do without our culture? What are we going to do without it? We offer carnival every year to keep the preservation of our culture. Now that we are bringing the Performing Arts Center, we are discussing the land that has been acquired on which we're going to put down this Performing Arts Center for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. This supports education, and it also supports youth development in Antigua and Barbuda. This, of course, sports. And we could even put bodybuilders in there, you know. So, you know, there's so many areas that you could utilize me in the Performing Arts Center. First and foremost, I could sing a little bit. I could maybe dance a few. There's so many things that we could do in this area. I could try to dance with the Performing Arts Center. That is all that is on the table. We'll do all of that. So I just want to make my contribution to this resolution, stating that not only that Dwayne George support this resolution, the Ministry of Sports and Creative Industry welcomes this resolution. Because this further nurtures the talent in Antigua and Barbuda and also preserve the culture that we have been trying to preserve for so long. And if that pleases you, Mr. President, I rest my case. Not one piece of land.
Mr. Speaker, yes, dear President.
Mr. Speaker, you know, coming from the upper house, you know, there's some practices that we have to cut out now. So, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I rest my case. Thank you. Somebody else wants to.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honourable House of the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda approves that the declaration be made by the Secretary to the Cabinet as considered in the Cabinet decision referred to herein and pursuant to Section 3 of the Land Acquisition Act Cap 233 in the terms of the schedule attached hereto to acquire a 0.05 acre portion of the parcel of land described in the said schedule for a public purpose. Question? All in favor of this resolution? All against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move the following resolution, Mr. Speaker. Whereas Antigua and Barbuda is a party to the International Labour Organization and the amendment to the Constitution of that institution, and whereas, Mr. Speaker, the Act which governs these matters provides in Section 3, where an Act where a treaty to which Antigua and Barbuda becomes a party is one which affects or concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda with any international organization, agency, association, or similar body, such treaty shall not enter into force with respect to Antigua and Barbuda unless it has been ratified or approved in accordance with the provisions of this Act. And whereas, Mr. Speaker, the amendment of the Constitution of the ILO is an agreement which is governed by international law, and it concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda and the national member states of the United Nations, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House that the amendment of the Constitution of the ILO, the text of which is attached hereto, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Mr. Speaker, we have been a member of this great body for many, many years. The Constitution has changed, Mr. Speaker, and in order for us to regularize our position with that body, but in order to make sure that we comply with the provisions of that institution, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that this particular change to the Constitution of that body be ratified so we can apply it here in Antigua and Barbuda. Because the text is so complex and so detailed, it is thought fitting, Mr. Speaker, that we make the application at this stage, we ratify the situation then, and those of us who are in labor relations and who wish to read can have some time doing that later, on another occasion, Mr. Speaker. But the whole purpose of this ratification is to accede and access to the ratification to the Constitution so it can be implemented here in Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, therein lies my submission on that ratification.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization, 1986, the text of which is attached hereto as a schedule, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Resolution of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Will there be any debate on this resolution?
Mr. Speaker.
There be any winding up of the resolution?
No, sir.
Oh.
We're ready, sir.
Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the amendment of the Constitution of the International Labour Organization, 1986, the text of which is attached hereto as a schedule, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. All in favor of this resolution, say aye.
Aye. Any
against, say no. Think the ayes have it. The resolution has been passed accordingly. I acknowledge the member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to present a resolution of the House of Representatives ratifying the agreement between the government of Antigua and Barbuda and the government of the United Arab Emirates on conditions of the mutual exemption of entry visa requirements for visits of the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates. Whereas Antigua and Barbuda are party to the agreement dated 24 September 2025 between Antigua, Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates on the mutual exemption of entry visa requirements for visits of the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates, and whereas the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364, provides in Section 3(1) inter alia that where a treaty to which Antigua and Barbuda becomes a party is one which affects or concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda with any international organization, agency, association, or similar body, such treaty shall not enter into force with respect to Antigua and Barbuda unless it has been ratified or approved in accordance with the provisions of the Act. And whereas the agreement between Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates on the mutual exemption of entry visa requirement for visits of the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates is a bilateral agreement which is governed by international law and concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House that the bilateral agreement between Antigua Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates on the mutual exemption of entry visa requirement for citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates, the text to which is attached hereto as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 31C of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear indication of the deepening relationship between two countries, our country and the UAE. We have done a lot together by way of on the international circuit, at the United Nations. The UAE would have assisted Antigua Barbuda in several development projects. And so today what we do here is to deepen the bond of relation, friendship between our two countries, with the request for consideration by the Parliament for the exemption, mutual exemption of entry visa requirements for citizens of our country to the UAE and their citizens to ours. Again, it's simple as that, and I ask this House give due consideration, favorable consideration to this treaty being ratified, if it pleases you.
Max?
Second motion.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the bilateral agreement between Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates on the mutual exemption of entry visa requirement for visits of the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates, the text of which is attached hereto as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 31C of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Will there be any debate on this motion? Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the bilateral agreement between Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates on the mutual exemption of entry visa requirement for visits of the citizens of Antigua and Barbuda and the United Arab Emirates, the text of which is attached hereto as a schedule, be ratified as a treaty under Section 31C of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. All in favor of this resolution say aye. Contrary-wise say nay. The resolution is passed. I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a resolution of the House to the House of Representatives ratifying the protocol amending Articles 50A and 56 of the Convention of International Civil Aviation signed at Montreal on 6 October 2016. Whereas Antigua and Barbuda is a party to the Convention on International Civil Aviation, and whereas the Ratification of Treaties Act Caps 364 provides in Section 3.1 inter alia that where a treaty to which Antigua and Barbuda becomes a party is one which affects or concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda with any international organization, agency, association, or similar body, such treaty shall not enter into force with respect to Antigua and Barbuda unless it has been ratified or approved in accordance with the provisions of the Act. And whereas it was noted in Article 50A that it is the desire of a large number of contracting states to enlarge the membership of the Council from 36 to 40 in order to ensure better balance by means of an increased representation of contracting states, and whereas it was noted in Article 56 that it is the general desire of contracting states to enlarge the membership of the Air Navigation Commission from 19 to 21, and whereas the protocol amending Articles 50A and 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation signed at Montreal on 6 October 2016 is an agreement which is governed by international law, concerns the relationship of Antigua and Barbuda and the member states of the Convention on International Civil Aviation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the protocol amending Articles 50A and the protocol amending Article 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation signed at Montreal on 6 October 2016, the text of which are attached in the schedule hereto, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Now, Mr. Speaker, this resolution before the House provides for the adoption of two protocols for the amendment of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, commonly called the Chicago Convention, the primary instrument of international aviation. The resolution is aimed at enlarging the membership of the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, as well as the enlargement of the Air Navigation Council of ICAO. The Air Navigation Council is the highest technical body of the organization and provides recommendations for the adoption of technical standards and practices which guide all technical aspects of international aviation. It presently consists of 19 members drawn primarily from among the traditional major global aviation powers. The resolution will allow for an additional 2 members. And so, Mr. Speaker, the decision to enlarge the ICAO Council and Air Navigation Committee reflects a long-standing goal amongst developing countries and smaller nations like Antigua and Barbuda to have an increased direct stay in the making of international air laws and regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that this resolution be adopted by the House.
I wish to second it, Mr. Speaker.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the Protocol amending Articles 50A and the Protocol amending Article 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, signed at Montreal on 6 October 2016, the text of which is attached in the schedule hereto, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. Will there be any debate on this motion? Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House that the Protocol amending Articles 50A and the Protocol amending Article 56 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation, signed at Montreal on 6 October 2016, the text of which are attached in the schedule hereto, be authorized under Section 3(1)(c) of the Ratification of Treaties Act, Cap 364. All in favor of this resolution, say aye. Contrary-wise, say no. I think the ayes have it. This resolution has been passed. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, it's my duty now to put in place what our Constitution requires. Whereas it provided by Section 98 of the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda that the House shall appoint a Public Accounts Committee for among its members to consider the accounts referred to in Section 972 of the Constitution in conjunction with the report of the Director of Audit and to report to the House. I say, therefore, Mr. Speaker, these words. Be it resolved that the Honourable House, in accordance with Section 98 of our Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda, appoint the following persons to sit on the Public Accounts Committee. 1. Mr. P, taking note, sir. The Honourable Jamal Pringle, Member for All Saints East and St. Luke. 2. The Honourable Trevor Walker, Member for Barbuda. 3. The Honourable Anthony Smith, Member for All Saints West. 4. The Honourable my friend Mr. Freeland, Member for St. George. And 5. The Honourable Melford Nicholas, Member for St. John's City East. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, be it further resolved that the Honourable Jamal Pringle, the Member for All Saints East and St. Luke, shall be the Chairman of the said committee.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Be it resolved that the Honourable House, in accordance with Section 98 of the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda, appoints The Honorable Jamal Pringle, member for All Saints East and St. Luke. The Honorable Trevor Walker, member for Barbuda. The Honorable Anthony Smith, member for All Saints West. The Honorable Michael Freeland, member for St. George. The Honorable Melford Nicholas, member for St. John's City East. Be it further resolved that the Honorable Jamal Pringle, member for All Saints East and St. Luke, shall be the chairman of the said committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any contrary, wise say no. The ayes have it. This committee is duly constituted. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
And Mr. Speaker, the remaining motions on the order paper, save one, will be expunged, Mr. Speaker, and I so move.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the additional motions on the order paper, save for one, which the Attorney General will present, to be expunged from the order paper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? The ayes have it. I recognize the honourable member for St. Mary's North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion relating to His Excellency Governor General on the occasion of the opening of the first session of Parliament on the 26th of May, 2026. Your Excellency, we, His Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the members of the House of Representatives of Antigua and Barbuda, in the Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to His Majesty for the gracious stone speech which Your Excellency read to both Houses of Parliament on Tuesday, the 26th of May, 2026, and to Your Excellency for having delivered it.
There a second? We need a second.
I second.
Your Excellency, we, His Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the members of the House of Representatives of Antigua and Barbuda in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer humble thanks to His Majesty for the gracious throne speech which Your Excellency read to both Houses of Parliament on Tuesday, 26 May 2026. Correction to be made here. And to Your Excellency for having delivered it. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-wise, no. The ayes have it.
Government business, committee business, private members' business.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, it's not my duty to spare my friend from Rural South for the rest of his life. For the last hour and a half, I've been urged, Mr. Speaker, to make this motion. I do so now. It was a wonderful first day of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and we're hoping that this continues in this fashion. It shows that we are now matured, they are now matured, and have taken, I didn't want to say that, you know, but my son gets so much blow, they got matured, but that's all right. However, Mr. Speaker, it's a wonderful day we had today. And Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that we continue in this vein. Only Antigua and Barbuda and the residents of this land nation would benefit. It now, Mr. Speaker, gives me great pleasure to ask that this House stand adjourned, sine die, Mr. Speaker.
I very gleefully support
I was beginning to wonder if today was Fasting Tuesday. It has been moved and seconded that this Honourable House be adjourned, sine die. All in favour say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned, sine die.